Well, good morning. Good morning. Now we have our commissioners seated. We can go ahead and start. We are coming to you live today from the Grand Canyon Railway and Hotel in Williams, Arizona. It's August 7th. It's a great Friday, and we're all glad to be here. Whether you are at one of our regional offices, here in person, at the headquarters, or watching us streaming at the Arizona Game and Fish website, AZGFD.gov, we welcome all of you here this morning. We start each of our meetings with our Pledge of Allegiance, and we're going to start today with our regional supervisor, Larry Phoenix, leading the pledge. Please stand and remain standing. Since the last commission meeting, Governor Katie Hobbs has ordered flags at all state buildings to be lowered to half-staff from sunrise until sunset for the following dates in honor of the following individuals. On June 30th, in honor of the Granite Mountain Interagency Hotshot Crew during the Yarnell Fire in 2013, 19 of 20 members of this highly trained and specialized wildfire crew tragically died during the line of duty. On July 11th, in honor of firefighter Nick Hutcherson, assigned to the Pittman Valley Helitack crew at the North Kaibab National Forest, who tragically lost his life in the line of duty fighting the Knolls Fire in Colorado. On July 20th and August 1st, in honor of former Arizona State Senate President Carl Cusack, who served in both legislative chambers, the Arizona Corporation Commission, and the Air Force as a first lieutenant, who passed away on July 20th. And on August 15th, in honor of the Honorable Harry Mitchell, former U.S. Representative, Arizona State Senator, and Mayor of Tempe, who passed away on July 29th. Please join us in a moment of silence. Thank you. Please be seated. We'll start with our introductions to the audience, starting on my right.
Marcia Petrie-Sue, Scottsdale.
Kurt Kerr, Pinetop, Arizona.
Good morning. James Guggenauer, Payson, Arizona.
Jessica Manuel, Parks.
Good morning, Tom Finley, Director.
Good morning, Joshua Hurst, Deputy Director.
And good morning, everyone. Luke Thompson, Special Assistant to the Director.
Good morning, Mary Ann Cox, Special Assistant to the Director.
Good morning, Jim Odenkirk, General Counsel.
Good morning, I'm Tony Gaza. I'm the Assistant Director for the Information, Education, Recreation Division.
Good morning, I'm Jen Stewart, the Assistant Director for Support Services.
Hey there, Clay Crowder, Assistant Director for Wildlife Management Division.
Good morning, I'm Jared McFarland, the Field Operations Assistant Director.
Thank you. Next, we're going to turn it over to our Legislative Branch Chief, Ed Sanchez. He has some introductions for us.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, good morning and welcome to Williams. I shouldn't be the official one to do that, but I'm going to be announcing we have a few special guests this morning, and we want to start off with Williams Mayor Don Dent.
Thank you.
As he said, I am Don Dent. I'm proud to be the mayor, represent the city of Williams. On behalf of our citizens, we welcome you to Williams today and to Northern Arizona. We hope you were here last night to take part in our rain shower and the lightning show that went on. We hope you get rain while you're here today. We also hope you enjoy your stay in Williams and you come back again. I also want to commend you on the fact that I know this is the second time you've been to Williams and you move these meetings around the state. I wish there were more agencies and things involved with the state that would get out and do the same thing. But I'm proud that you do that. On the behalf of all the citizens of Arizona, I thank you, and thank you for being here today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, next we have Williams Police Chief James Gregory.
Good morning, Chief.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you, Commission, for showing up here today. I do want to hit a couple things. Badges and bobbers, you guys always participate in that. It's a big community event, and we have everybody from northern Arizona coming up with kids and stuff, and Game and Fish is a big part of that, and we appreciate that. And then also on the relationship with the local rangers and how we work together as law enforcement up here. And you got a good group of guys, and they work very closely with our agencies, so we appreciate that. We appreciate the relationships, and welcome to Williams.
Thank you. Stick around. I think you're going to join our awards and recognition in just a couple minutes.
Mr. Chairman, next up is Rob Crombie, and he's the Williams Justice Court Judge.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and members of the Commission and the agency. Thank you. I'm just thankful for the opportunity to be here today, and I'm representing the Justice Court Precinct, which includes Units 7 West, 9, 10, and 8, to put it in a little bit of perspective. We work closely with the department, and I shared last year just some of the things that we do in our Justice Court. I've just got one story I want to share with you. Supervisor Holt had suggested that I convey this to you because I think it's relevant to what we tried to do as we impart justice, particularly pertaining to why we're here today involving Game and Fish and those types of violations we see in our court. About 2 weeks ago, we had someone who had pled guilty to a cross-country travel violation with OHV. And many of you know that the OHV issue in northern Arizona is, I would call it, epidemic level. But we have a great range and scale of those violations being from on the lower end to the far more significant end of seriousness. In this case, this was on the lower end of the scale. However, I explained to the defendant in sentencing the impact that his actions could have and the follow-up actions that those types of violations can occur with increasing others traveling down those paths, for example. And it was a really positive conversation. And what I did with him is what I typically do with our Title 17 violations. I said, rather than pay a fine to the court where most of that money actually goes to all these different areas around the state, I said, please make the donation to the Game and Fish Conservation Fund. And so I gave him the information, and I got a call from the clerk about 3 or 4 hours later. She said that the gentleman actually paid twice of what the court had ordered him to pay. And he said that the conversation that we'd had was so impactful that he wanted to contribute more to the fund because he realized just how important of the message that we shared was, and then also just important how we try to impart justice in ways that are fair and reasonable. So I wanted to share that story with you, but we appreciate what you're doing, appreciate you being here today in northern Arizona.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, a familiar face, we have here Coconino County Sheriff Brett Axland.
Good morning, Sheriff.
Good morning.
Good to see you again.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Commission. Brett Axland, I'm the Coconino County Sheriff. Just wanted to mention a couple things. I know you guys have quite a busy schedule today, so again, thank you so much for the relationship that we share with you as well as your officers in the field. We couldn't do what we do without them. We know working in a rural area, it really is an all hands on deck when we have major incidents. Since Tim Holt has been here, we've had some great weekend coverage, holiday coverages. We thank both Tim and your agency for putting an emphasis on having those law enforcement officers in the field when we really, really need them. So they've been a great help for that. I just want to highlight real quickly 3 recent incidents that we've had in our county, which the Game and Fish responded to and were absolutely incredible in the help that they gave us. I think everybody remembers the pocket fire down in the Oak Creek, Sedona area. Your folks were there instantly for us, helping us with much-needed evacuations. I think you know that our staffing level, especially throughout the second largest county in the nation, is sparse when we talk about responding to major incidents like that. They stayed with us through the entire time, helped us with traffic control, evacuations, re-entry, all those different statutory requirements that we have on us to be able to do. About 2 weeks ago, we had a fatal boat accident on Lake Powell. I know that you help us in our funding for a boat patrol program up there, and unfortunately, we lost a 12-year-old French national on the lake, and it was just a lot of help that we received from your folks in getting not just the initial response, but also the paperwork and the requirements that are required to go to the Coast Guard for that. So we really appreciate your support in our boat patrol program. And then finally, it was about, I think last October when I received a call from Director Finley about a wildlife biologist in the field that was, while he was tracking some mountain lions, came across some human bones in the Secret Canyon area just north of Sedona. We were able to go in with his help to this very rugged terrain area, locate those bones with him. He actually helped us preserve some evidence right in a time where they were having some flooding. We were able to identify that person, and I think you've seen that in the Phoenix News this past week as to who that was. So Brian Jensen was the wildlife biologist, and Yolan Miller was the female that we located up there. It's still a death investigation, so we can't talk a whole lot about it, but without his help in getting back in there in a very sensitive area, because this is a wildlife biologist that is, he is very aware of the safety of the, not just our investigation, but also the mountain lions and the small babies that were with her as well. So we were able to get in there, do that safely, and make sure that the mountain lions weren't damaged in any way either. So that's an ongoing investigation. But again, without his help taking us back in there to this area, we wouldn't be on the route to solving this death investigation as it is. So again, thank you quickly for everything that your folks do for us, for what your commission does for us. We really appreciate your partnership. And again, we couldn't do it without you. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes our special guest for the moment. We were looking, there's one more special guest we think may be coming. So when she does come, I'll just wave at you, and then we'll coordinate a time when she can come up and speak. Hopefully she arrives soon.
Thank you, Ed. Yeah, before we go on to our awards and recognition, I just want to comment to the speakers we have here. As we sit here as commission and leadership in the department, we realize it's a two-way street. We can't do our missions and our objectives without the support from all of you. So, we appreciate the accolades, and we like coming to different communities and talking to different organizations, but please know that you're always in our thoughts, in our decision-making. We know that it's a community, and it takes all of us to conserve and protect wildlife across our state, so we appreciate your efforts as well. Let's move on to our awards and recognition. You sure? Okay, don't touch the microphone when you come up here. Roger Joe's girlfriend Susan and mother Diane, are you all here? Come on up. Take your time, Mom. Could be right there. We're going to look at this camera over here because you and I got such good faces, we'll let the let the ladies in front. Roger Jones is retired Forest Service wildlife biologist. He joins us today with Susan Solomon and his mother, Diane. Roger started his career in the South Kaibab National Forest in 2006 as a wildlife biologist. In 2017, he transferred to the Coconino National Forest and then the Prescott National Forest, where he retired in May. Roger made significant contributions to both terrestrial and aquatic wildlife habitat improvements and restorations during his time as he worked in all three of these northern forests. Roger was a critical partner with the department in implementing an array of landscape scale projects. His development of the South Zone Grasslands Restoration Project, EA, was the first large-scale grasslands restoration projects of its kind in northern Arizona. And it paved the way for thousands of other acres now completed grasslands connectivity projects, but it also provided a template for other national forests to model from. Roger's work in removing unneeded fencing on the Coconino was an important step to improving and securing wildlife habitat. On the Prescott Forest, Roger worked tirelessly to implement pronghorn habitat and connectivity projects within and across forest boundaries. Roger was integral in compliance in implementing sportfish habitat projects on the Kaibab Forest. Roger coordinated with the department during the juniper clearing projects and provided materials for habitat projects. Trees were cut, loaded, and delivered to the reservoirs on the Forest Service trucks and unloaded by Forest Service employees using their equipment. The result was hundreds of large juniper trees were sunk into these reservoirs in the Williams area to provide sportfish habitat. Roger's help was instrumental in completing these projects. These examples are just a few of the successful habitat improvement projects Roger completed during his tenure. For his commitment to wildlife conservation, the Commission is honored to present a commendation of appreciation to Roger Jones. Thank you. Our next award is for one of our own, Officer Ryan Stasky. Why don't you come on up and bring the family. Officer Ryan Stasky, Wildlife Manager in Unit 8 for South Williams, is joining us today with his wife, Georgiana, daughters, Rendley and Anna, son, Judah. And did your dad and grandmother make it? Oh, cool. Come on up. We're This is Ryan's father, Pat, and grandmother, Dorothy. Welcome. Thanks for coming.
He's awesome.
So we see the trend. We all understand this, right? Kids gravitate over there. Cool. Since completing the police academy in 2021, Ryan has served with poise of a more tenured officer, serving as an on-the-ground ambassador for the department. In 2023, he transferred from the Arizona Strip to Williams and currently manages Game Management Unit 8. Ryan has evolved from a dedicated intern to an outstanding field expert and informal leader. His quiet drive is backed by his relentless work ethic, and an effective approach to implementing all major projects within the department. Ryan also led and participated in a high-impact community event program called, you might have heard this before, Badges and Bobbers. This is a kids fishing clinic in Williams in conjunction with the police department and the department's aquatic group, a regional elk viewing workshop, and the White Horse Lake Fly Fishing Clinic. He also assisted with Law Day, sponsored by the Williams Justice Court, for high school-aged kids exploring careers in law enforcement and in the courts. In addition, Ryan served as the face of the social media wildlife manager recruitment campaign designed to attract our future wildlife managers. Ryan's biology background informs his proactive approach to wildlife habitat management. He has personally led critical projects, including the Coleman Lake Habitat Project to protect wetlands from off-highway vehicle damage, the Hat Ranch Fence Removal Project to restore pronghorn migration corridors south of Williams. Furthermore, he led the Perkins Tank Fence Project to protect special regulation trout fisheries and the Page Flat Pipeline Project in partnership with the local ranchers to provide water to wildlife and wild stock. For his standard of excellence and integrity, embodying the values and service to both the conservation and the community, the Arizona Game and Fish Commission is honored to present the Certificate of Appreciation to Ryan Stasky. Come on, Dad, bring those kids here.
Oh, yeah. We'll go right here. Oh, we gotta get little man.
Hold on, we're not ready yet. Hold the phone.
Kids go where Grandpa goes.
So cute.
This is a great portrait. I like this. You're on.
Yeah, I know.
Good job. Thanks, Larry.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, moving on to our next agenda item is our regional highlights by Regional Supervisor, AKA the cool stuff, Larry Phoenix.
Thank you for that. And yes, I am Larry Phoenix. I am the Flagstaff Regional Supervisor, and we're going to have a overview of the region. I'll break the presentation up into two parts. The first part is just an overview of the region itself, and then we will talk about the cool stuff that all the folks in the region do, including we've already heard some stuff from Roger, and we've heard some stuff from Ryan, and you'll hear some more stuff. So Ben, if you go to the next slide, please. So the region itself, 34 folks at full staff, and we're currently recruiting for 2 additional wildlife managers in the north sector. We have 2 new customer service representatives starting in mid-August. We're down to just 2 at the moment. We have 2 sectors, the north sector, Sector 7 with 6 officers, the south sector, Sector 8 with 9 officers. We have 2 manned wildlife areas, House Rock and Raymond, and that's where our bison are for the state. Next slide, please. So the region itself is in the upper center left, about 15,000 square acres, made up of game management units 5A, 5B, 6A, 6B, 7, 8, 9, and 11M. That would be the south sector. 12A, 12B, 13A, and 13B is the north sector. We do have some responsibilities in Unit 10, but the bulk of Unit 10 is managed by Region 3. Our habitat ranges from desert shrub to the major portion of the ponderosa pine in the state, up to the aspen and mixed conifer in the higher elevations. South of the Grand Canyon, our elevation does range from just over 3,100 feet in Camp Verde to 12,637 feet at the highest peak in Arizona, Humphreys Peak. North of the Grand Canyon, it ranges from 2,700 just south of St. George to just over 8,000 on Mount Trumbull. We have the Grand Canyon, North Kaibab, Arizona Strip. We have all the big game species. We're known for our monster elk in the north, and then the monster deer in the north, and the high number of elk in the south. 3 counties, Coconino, Mojave, Yavapai. 3 national forests, Coconino, Kaibab, Prescott. 1 BLM district, the Arizona Strip. 4 National Park Service, one of them being Grand Canyon. The other big one is Glen Canyon, which is Lake Powell. And our private land is primarily checkerboarded with state trust land. So that's our region in a nutshell. We'll get to the real good stuff, the cool stuff. And next slides, please, Ben. So we'll start with our public affairs liaison, Stevie Kelso. She's the gal taking our photographs. She's our wonder, and she does a lot of things, not only in Region 2, but in all across the northern Arizona, Region 1, Region 3, etc. If you go to the next slide, please, Ben. So a lot of things that she does, organizing volunteer projects. This picture here is from the Hat Tank Fence project here in Unit 8. We'll talk a little bit more about that project when we get down to the terrestrial folks. Next slide, Ben. And then we've already heard a lot about Badges and Bobbers, and so here's a picture from Badges and Bobbers. One of the things she excels at is connecting with the community, these face-to-face workshops and events. The picture in the center there is the bug out at Francis Short Pond, where kids get to come and play with all the creatures and such from the pond itself. And then, of course, we're getting a lot hearing a lot about Badges and Bobbers here with Williams Police Department. She just loves these things. She does definitely excel at this part. Next slide, please. So we also heard a little bit in Ryan Stasky's narrative about the fly fishing clinic. So Stevie, Ryan, and our aquatics folks have done a few of these fly fishing. They're new events. And as far as R3 goes, this is it. Recruiting new anglers and teaching old anglers new tricks. Next slide, please, Ben. So lastly for Stevie is she's now implemented this new Region 2 quail mail. It's a monthly newsletter. Kind of highlights the stuff from the month before. We were inspired, quite frankly, stole it from Region 6, from Alex Flickinger. And so Alex, thank you very much if you're watching. But Stevie has taken this and really turned it into her project for Region 2. Next slide, please, Ben. Our law enforcement program, made up of Perry Miller there in the blue and Luke Apfel, our investigator, with his Cliff Sorrells Award from this year. Next slide, please. So we could sit here and talk law enforcement cases all day, but here's just a highlight of one of their bigger cases. It was a 7-year subsistence case. They were poaching elk and deer, spotlighting, shooting from vehicles. We know of 13 animals that were poached. There were 10 individuals, 93 violations, $40,000 in fines, revocation, civil penalties, etc. Next slide, please. So our terrestrial folks, made up of Rob Nelson there in the forefront, Alan Zufelt in the tan jacket on the right, Brandon Foley is in the orange, Aaron Brown in the check, and Andrew Jones in the background there. Next slide, please, Ben. So Hat Tank Project, the one I mentioned with Stevie Kelso's slide. So Brandon has now had 3 Conserve and Protect grants. This is the last one, or the latest one. $12,000 grant to protect the spring and the riparian area and the leopard frog habitat. Now this was a unique project. It was a very time-consuming project for Brandon, but one of the things about it that's notable is it was the tank itself, approximately a quarter mile away from the closest road. And so everything for this project had to be packed in on people's backs. And the area itself is not the softest soil in the world, but so they had to dig 60 2-foot deep holes through this rocky terrain. They had to weld up 600 feet of pipe rail fence. They had to pound in 76 T-posts, 1,400 feet of wire. They had to stretch a big cable across the pond itself. In all, 50-plus department employee days, 226 volunteer hours, 16 different volunteers over 12 separate work days. So, next slide, please. The terrestrial program is also with the help of the South Sector leading the charge on an elk project. Now we have several movement studies going on in the region. Brady Clement, Wildlife Manager, is going to talk about a couple here in the North Sector in a little bit. But this project here itself is a elk project where we're capturing elk and watching their movement. We started the project out by catching 15 elk from the helicopter. But the real work began when the wildlife managers are out there, as this picture depicts, in a blind head of water, darting these elk. And to date, we're right around 39 animals darted for the 7 and 9 project. Now that number is changing because they're constantly out there. 30 bulls, 24 cows, a total of 54 animals so far. Wildlife manager David Rigo, who is one of our security officers today, he's leading the charge at capturing 29 of these critters. So what's this going to mean? It's going to mean just some changes in our management guidelines. The neat thing is that we're really learning about the holistic herd management that we've been implementing, managing elk on multiple units as opposed to individual units. We survey elk in one unit and then they end up getting hunted in another unit. So if you go to the next slide, please. Ben, if you'd start the video. It's a quick video David Rigo took. This is wildlife management at its best. Yes, they do get paid to do this. What's not showing because of the format of the slide is that our AV folks have done a YouTube video on this project. It highlights wildlife manager Colby Walton. It's brand new, just out on our YouTube channel. It's certainly worth a view if you haven't seen it. Next slide, please. So, real quickly, one of the things that I really wanted to highlight about this project is that the folks that went to the field trip yesterday, Jeff Gagnon had a collar that looked very similar to this one. And this is what we've been using historically to track our animals. We stole this one as well. You can't see it because it's off the screen, but from Dustin Darvaux in Region 6. Thank you, Region 6, again. But this collar here, heavy, it lasts a little longer. It's got its benefits, no doubt. Costs $1,800, $15 a month per collar. So if you're putting out 50 plus collars, that's a lot of money per month to pay out. This new track tag is an ear tag. Fits, as you can see in the photograph, really nicely on the backside of an elk's ear. But the neat thing is it's only $1,500 for this little piece of plastic, but it comes with 3 years of data. So there's some cost savings. It's easier to implement. Doesn't last as long, you know, but you give and take. But this is the new thing that we've been doing lately. Ben, next slide, please. You'll notice this picture on the left, those are our cows. The picture on the right, you can really see the bulls moving between units 7 and 9. That's that holistic thought process that the sector's been working with. So, next slide, please. The terrestrial program, our bison of the state, Rob Nelson is here today, our terrestrial program manager. He and a crew went and translocated 15 bison. That's 12 two-year-olds females, 3 yearling males. They went to Wind Cave National Park in South Dakota. They brought them back to Raymond Wildlife Area, and then those 15 animals supplement the genetically pure bison herd, that Raymond, that we started in 2017. To date, with those 15 animals, we're at 126 bison, and 32 of those are calves of this year. Next slide, please. So our aquatics folks, Scott Rogers on the right, Matt Rinker on the left, Andy Stites in the middle. Next slide, please. Their biggest project is a 2-year project that they've been working on for the past couple years, as I mentioned, and it's the Knoll Lake Rote Gnome project. Last October, they implemented it, and in total, it took a big crew. It's the first reservoir that the department has truly rote gnomed ever. We've done a lot of creeks and streams and such, but this is the first reservoir. So it took a lot, and in the timing of things, took a lot of people actually implementing, as you can see in their spacesuits there. Took a lot of officers to secure the area, yada, yada, yada. Here's the neat part, or the most interesting part about this project is, next slide, please, Ben. The project was inundated by 2 separate hurricanes during the 2-week project, and the lake actually rose 8 vertical feet during the project. So it made it for awesome working conditions for everybody. And then they had to redo math, more water, how do you navigate all of that. But of course, next slide. It was a success. Rainbow trout are restocked. Post-monitoring has no more green sunfish. So if we can keep Bait Bucket Charlie from bringing any more back, then we're good. Next slide, please. So Roger Joes had mentioned in his narrative that the habitat projects that we've been doing for the lakes in Williams And so since 2011, our aquatics folks have been putting juniper trees into the 4 lakes in Williams, Kaibab, Whitehorse, Dogtown, Cataract. Roger Joes, as mentioned, was a key part of that from the Forest Service part of it. Total, approximately 720 junipers has been dumped into those 4 lakes. And so it's just a great project for great habitat. Go to the next slide, please. And here's our success. Look at the size of those fish. Next slide, please. I threw this one in. It's adding a little time. Sorry, Jared, but it was a Dragon Bravo. So the Dragon Bravo fire, we have our North Canyon, and the aquatics folks went in there, did a hike all the way through the canyon to see what happened to the Apache trout. No trout were observed. It's kind of hard in this picture because it's a prettier picture than what the landscape truly looks like, but it is pretty wiped out. And so there is some vegetation, but it's sparse, as you can see in this photograph. But here's the key part about this. Go to the next photo, please. This is what it looks like over the last couple weeks. All the rain we've had, this is black coming out of North Canyon and crossing House Rock Wildlife Area Road. Now, we've had a lot of rain. All of the washes are running, and they're just destroying the road, and we've been working with the forest, but that's a whole nother scenario. But the thing here is that it'll be several years before the North Canyon is in any form or fashion that we'll be able to do anything with, and at that point we'll decide what that means. So, next slide, please. Our habitat folks made up of Hannah Griscom, Michael Barnes, Kenny Hott, Sam Pogue. Next slide. So, House Rock again. The project I'll highlight here is the fence that's going around that southeast pasture. That's that creamish colored pasture. That we had just finished that pasture, making the fence project itself 80% complete. The bison had started to move into that pasture. We have now pushed them back to the north because now the project is only 78% complete. As of the rains we've had, the water gaps that were in the fence, as you can see a picture there on the right, is what it looked like prior to the rain. And now all those washes have washed out the underside, and so we have to go back and do some work. But that's what we do. And by the end of the fiscal year, we hope to have the yellow pasture done as well to add an additional 8,000 acres to the north, to the House Rock Wildlife Area. Next slide, please, Ben. So Raymond Wildlife Area, 500-acre burn. DFFM, Department of Forest and Fire, came out. They're just next door to us at our Flagstaff office, so we have a really good working relationship with them. But came in, did an awesome burn, and it wasn't very long at all, and the bison and the pronghorn were right into the black. They really like that stuff. So. Next slide, please, Ben. Our front office staff, as I mentioned, we're down to 2. Well, actually, we're only down to 1, or are down to 1, because our office manager, Annette on the left there, is retiring at the end of August. So they're going to have to teach me how to sell licenses. But, you know, they've been busy, too. They don't just sell licenses. Next slide, please, Ben. They created a Hall of Fame in our entryway where folks can come in and put their photographs and stuff up on the board. Next slide, please. They created a kids' corner for the kids to do things and keep them occupied while mom and dad are buying their licenses. And next slide, please, Ben. We have this fishing line recycle box that we've had a lot of these around for a long time, but this one they created on their own there at the front door of the office. Next slide, please. So our north sector made up of Tim Shurtleff, Brady Clement, as I mentioned, is here today, Chase Keating. Trevor Ludwig is not photographed there. He's one of our newest wildlife managers. We'll be going into 12B. He's currently in our FTO program. Next slide, please. So those guys have been really busy with water developments up on the Kaibab. The refurbished 19 waters this year. Those are the 45 total waters have been refurbished. And since 2023, that's the green dots you see on that map. And those refurbishments are not rebuilds. They're just going in, fixing things like a new liner, new plumbing, a new drinker, not a complete dig up and put a whole new thing down. We have 9 left to go. We as in they, not me. White dots on the map, and then 9 left to totally replace. Those are the red dots on the map. Next slide, please. And to articulate some of the hard work that it takes to do some of this MC sheep catchment, here are the guys carrying in these 10-foot sections of pipe, 2.5 miles, so that they can repair the pipeline at this catchment. They got in there, fixed that pipeline, fixed the fence, but that's the work that they do up there. Next slide, please. So added another Dragon Bravo slide here. just to articulate some of the work, Tim Shirtliff was critical in this. The fire came through. You can see those two photos where we have one of the drinkers melted, burnt, and we have a fence that's completely, basically obliterated. All 7 of the damaged catchments from the fires last year have been replaced and or repaired, and you can see those pictures in the bottom right. Next slide, please, Ben. So our South Sector, Tim Holt, David Rigo, Ryan Stasky, Colby Walton, Brandon Kay, he's another one of the new wildlife managers. He's replacing, well, not really, nobody can replace Lee Ludiker now that he's retired. He is taking the 6A wildlife manager, or excuse me, the 6B wildlife manager position. And then we have Eddie Sini, Nate Reagan, Braxton Gibson, and Rich Moses, who is our OHV officer. Next slide, please. Ben, there you go. So the sheriff talked a lot about the OHV issues we have here in the northern Arizona. Some of the things that we're doing is going out and putting logwood fences around the larger meadows to keep the OHV folks from going out there and doing their thing. To date, we've got 8 logwood fences in the last several years. And we've been working with a whole slew of folks to get that done, but it's working and it's making a difference. Next slide, please. The South Sector has also been busy with water developments. They've done 6 complete rebuilds, redevelopments, take the old one out, put the new one in. This is what it looks like. And so they've been super, super busy. Last slide of the presentation, Mr. Ben, would you please? We have several bear captures. Now, we don't have the bear captures that, say, Region 1 has had, thank goodness, knock on wood. But we've had some unique ones. And the real reason I threw this slide in there is that picture of Lee Ludiker hugging that giant bear in the bucket of a fire truck. Now, the bear is actually pretty sedated, but, you know, that bear weighs significantly more than Lee. But, you know, Lee is Lee, so here we are. All's well that ends well, I guess. And so they helped us with this bear at Department of Motor Vehicles and Flagstaff. We had this silent cub in a tank just recently here in the area. We had a bear in Page. That was very unique. Who would think that Page, Lake Powell, would have a bear, but there you are. And of course, you can see all those Page Police Department and Fire Department just mobbing over the top of Nate and Ryan as they're trying to deal with this bear because, you know, there's a bear in Page. So anyhow, with that, I think I've probably gone over. Next slide, please. So thank you for your time. If you have any questions, you'll have to ask me later because otherwise Jared's going to fire me.
You are all good, all good. Any questions for Regional Supervisor Phoenix?
Please.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I always love hearing everything that's going on because there's so much uniqueness and the detail that you all do that the public doesn't know. So that's why I love these overviews so that they can really see what you do, and some of it is fun, some of it is really hard. Yeah. So thank you, and thanks to your team and everybody involved. Much appreciated.
Thank you very much. Yes.
So, Larry, I wanted to make a comment about Knoll Lake and the rotenone treatment up there, and maybe more just for the public. This action was initiated because, as Regional Supervisor said, people were illegally transporting fish to their favorite fishing lake, and then it took over the lake to the point that we couldn't put sport fish in there for the public anymore. And so rotenone goes in and basically kills everything in the lake, and then you start over again with the stocking program. But it's not taken lightly, this process. There's detailed plans, approvals. It takes about a year, time and money on the part of the department to get the approvals just to go do this action. And then you can see the amount of work that goes into securing the area, make sure the public doesn't get in there while you're trying to do these operations, and then wait for the time that you can start to restock fish. So Knoll was a highly successful program, but a very costly, very expensive and timely program. So please, if you're out on the water and you've got bait or you have fish, keep those fish in that lake where you're fishing. Don't take them to another lake. It costs this department and the commission a lot of money to go do that. Great presentation. We thank you, sir. Thanks for all you do.
Thank you very much.
Next agenda item is to introduce our agenda. We'll have our director do that for us.
Mr. Chairman, the lore in the department is that that bear wasn't drugged at all. It was just afraid of Lee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. We will be operating off the agenda dated August 5th, 2026. For the benefit of the public, agendas are available and located on the table by the door. If a member of the public wishes to speak to the commission on an agenda item, please fill out a blue slip, also available on the table. Give the blue slip to staff and we will ensure that you are recognized on the appropriate agenda item. If you would like to present the commission with materials as part of your presentation, please place the materials in the inbox on the table by the door and we'll make sure they are distributed. We are webcasting this meeting, however, the webcast is not interactive. The department accommodates comments and discussion from attendees in person and at regional offices via video conference and electronic blue slips. If you want to address the commission on something that is not on the agenda, we have a call to the public noticed for that purpose. You can sign up for the call to the public by filling out a blue slip. The chair will recognize you and at that time you may address the commission. In accordance with the open meeting law, the commission is not able to discuss or take any action on a topic brought up in call to the public because it was not noticed on the public agenda. But the commission may refer it to a future meeting or ask the department to respond to the comments or meet with you to address the issue. With that, Mr. Chairman, we'll move on to agenda item number 1, which is call to the public.
Thank you, Mr. Director. And we do have a couple of blue slips in the room. We will start with Mr. Darren Shabesta.
Good morning and happy Friday. My name is Darren Shabesta. I'm a certified financial planner professional. I'm in the Scottsdale area, but we are newfound summer residents in Williams, 64 in Red Lake. The Game and Fish and I have one thing in common, which is preservation. You're into preserving wildlife. I'm into preserving lifestyles. Another thing that I do is I'm really passionate about igniting generosity within my clients. I had a client a few years ago come to me and said that she wanted to give to the Arizona Game and Fish. And I did some research, found out government agency, not a nonprofit. We had a game warden come talk to our Rotary Club, and I asked him about nonprofits that support game and fish. Told me to go to the website. I found out about Wildlife for Tomorrow. I introduced my client to Wildlife for Tomorrow. She loved the work they were doing, supporting what you all do. We got her connected. She started giving from her IRA through qualified charitable distributions. We also set up a donor advised fund, and Wildlife for Tomorrow is a beneficiary of it. And why I'm bringing this up is I think this is just a great opportunity to have folks like you and I be able to fund these nonprofit organizations that can help support the work that you do. A couple of cases in point is the average planned gift, if somebody leaves a nonprofit in their estate, the average planned gift is 6 figures, and that can be pretty significant for the work that you all do. Another thing is if somebody's giving annually to a nonprofit organization and they leave that organization as part of their estate, their annual giving doubles. So benefit now and later. The Arizona Humane Society started the planned giving initiative 15, 20 years ago, and a third of their budget is made up from these planned gifts. And so I really just encourage the Game and Fish to really be advocates for constituents to give tax efficiently to organizations like Wildlife for Tomorrow, as well as consider leaving a legacy with nonprofits. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shabesta. Thank you for the work you do. Next public comment is Johnny Fugate. Good morning, Mr. Fugate.
Good morning, sir.
If you could state your name and your organization you're representing, please.
John Fugate, Yuma Valley Rod and Gun Club. I just want everybody in this room to know that Martha and I got to sit yesterday afternoon and actually see what rain is. Real rain.
That's right, you live in Yuma, right?
Yeah, it dropped from, I don't know what it was, 89 degrees to 62 in very slight amount of time. Those that live up here, I want you to know you live in God's country. Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, Director Finley, and staff, my name is John Fugate, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the Rod and Gun Club. Our organization regularly appears before the commission in most cases. We always appreciate and thank the commission for its work to conserve and protect Arizona's wildlife and support Arizona's sportsmen and sportswomen. I personally have had the honor of testifying before the commission for almost 4 decades now. Until recently, those wishing to address the commission submitted blue cards and were recognized by the chairman after the department presented the relevant public meeting item. Requiring public comment before the department's presentation, in our eyes, creates 2 concerns. First, members of the public must often base their remarks on assumptions about what the department will present or recommend. Second, they lose the opportunity to respond to or defend their positions after hearing said presentation. We understand that this request rests entirely within the chairman's discretion, and we sincerely appreciate the opportunity to address it today during call to the public. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Fugate. Mr. Thompson, do we have anybody remotely?
Mr. Chairman, we do not.
Okay, thank you very much. We will move on then to the director.
Mr. Chairman, item 2 is Arizona Strip Pronghorn Collaring Project. The presenter is Brady Clement, Wildlife Manager.
Thank you for allowing me to be here today. Larry, I think I can give you some of my time. So I'm Officer Brady Clement. I am the wildlife manager up on the Arizona Strip. I'm currently at 2 right now, so I kind of take all the west side, and we've got another guy who takes all the east side. But we've got some new guys coming in, and we're looking forward to having them here. So I present today the pronghorn collaring project that we've done over the last several years. This started in 2023 and just recently finished up this year. And so you'll see some cool pictures in here from the project. First off, this first picture here is just a really cool picture from above, seeing the helicopter chasing some pronghorn and darting, or net gunning some of these pronghorns so we can get collars on them. Next slide, please. So what's the purpose of this whole project? You guys have probably seen some of these projects come through the commission meetings before. And so the purposes are pretty similar. The main purpose of this is to understand the movements of the pronghorn up on the Arizona Strip, specifically with their summer range versus their winter range. We know in some areas that pronghorn tend to move quite a bit from one area to another during their summering versus their wintering range. And we really wanted to know what was happening with that. And one thing that we noticed over this project is that these pronghorn actually didn't move a whole lot. From where we collared them versus moving into their summer range, we collared them during the wintertime and then watched them throughout the next several years to see where they were moving. One of the things that we can also look at is the fawning areas for those does. That wasn't necessarily a high priority thing that we were looking at, but is something that we could look at through the data as well. Another thing that we did was survey restructure. So the potential impacts from this collaring project could have changed our survey structure, and they in fact did slightly. We were able to, as we moved through the years and looking at the data that came from these collars, we were able to actually add in some small additional portions to our surveys to areas where we hadn't surveyed before, and to see pronghorn in places that we hadn't seen before. So that was kind of a neat outcome from this project. And then of course habitat improvement, we'll talk about that here in just a little bit, but mainly wanting to know, where should we put waters? Are these pronghorn going to one specific water? Can we add in waters? Can we modify fences? Can we do other landscape projects to help these pronghorn? And so this data helped us to change some of that. Next slide, please. So where are we going to put them? This should say, where did we put them? This project is now over. But, so again, Arizona Strip, we put 10 to 15 collars all across the Arizona Strip in each unit, 13B, 13A, and in 12B. Some of those move back and forth between a little bit onto 12A, but most of that was 12B. You can see there also a few in the Fredonia area. Next slide, please. So what did we do to prepare for the project? In 2020, we nearly rebuilt nearly 15 miles of fence. And so when I say rebuild, you can see in this picture here, and as many of you might be aware, pronghorn like to go under fences and typically not through them or over them. And so when we rebuilt these fences, really what I mean by that is we took that lower strand on this particular fence in the photo. The bottom strand is barbed wire and is not particularly wildlife friendly, specifically for pronghorn. And so we took that bottom wire off and put on smooth wire to make that movement through fence lines more streamlined for them. And a lot of this happened along the 89A in the House Rock Valley area, which we saw a lot of pronghorn movement through across that highway, and you'll see some maps here in a moment of that movement across the highway. Shout out to the Bureau of Land Management who helped fund this fencing project prior to our collaring effort. Next slide, please. So here in this map, everything in red is the fencing projects that were done over a few years. Most of it in 2020, but little pieces here and there were done with volunteer groups throughout the last couple of years, mainly along that 89A that you can see going from the left to right. You can see that that line is quite a bit more red than the rest of it, and so that was a huge effort. And you'll see the maps here in a moment of how that particular fencing project benefited the pronghorn. Next slide, please. So, how did it go? Here's a little video so you guys can see a little bit of how this went. So overall, really successful. You could see in this video that buck pronghorn that we released. He didn't quite know where to go quite at first, and then kind of figured things out and took off. And this is really a huge part of what we like to do. It's a benefit for us wildlife managers. We get to do fun and cool stuff like this, and we can, with this project, help benefit the pronghorn here. Next slide, please. So you're going to see a whole bunch of squiggly lines here. This comes from the data from the collars over several years worth, again, 2023 through this year, through March of this year. These two particular does, you can see that it's a little hard to see, but the line that goes up from right to left on both of these pictures is that 89A again, right in that area with the fencing projects that we have done in 2020. And subsequent years. And you can see how much those pronghorn are actually moving back and forth across that highway. Luckily, we haven't seen any collisions, or at least not that I have seen anyway. And so I think that fence line rebuild has been helpful to help them get across that highway quickly and get out of harm's way. Next slide, please. A little bit more close up, you can see that antelope guzzler there up on the top left. You can see that they're spending a significant amount of time. One thing to note also here is that, again, it's a whole bunch of lines, but there's the color differentiation here. You can see that a lot of these pronghorn are staying really tight with each other and are following each other. So they're going back and forth across that highway together. Next slide, please. Another close-up here. These dotted lines here in the center there are part of that fencing project. And you can see that this particular doe was moving across that highway again quite often. Next slide, please. Same thing here, a little bit different movement. This one particularly spent a little bit more time on the north side of the highway, but again, moved back and forth across that highway, actually probably more than that other doe. Next slide, please. So a midpoint check-in in early 2025, we still had 29 collars remaining, a few mortalities in each unit, and a total of 9 collars per unit at this point in time. And over the course of 12 months, so all of 2024, we had a total of 6 mortalities. This buck in the picture particularly, you can see that collar around his neck. He was one of our mortalities. I ended up going and picking that one up myself. Next slide, please. So end of project data, you can see this collar here on the ground. This one was actually from a mortality, but in March of 2026, this year, most of those collars reached their endpoint and actually dropped off. We did have a redeployment in 2024, in early 2024, that coincided with another project that I'll give you a little sneak peek to here at the end of this. Total of 15 mortalities. We had 500 harvests and a couple malfunctions. Next slide, please. Whole bunch of numbers on this one, but really the numbers to pay attention to the most are the bottom right corner. So the hazard rate is essentially the anticipated annual mortality at 22.67%. And then the actual annual mortality, that very bottom right number, was 20.28%. So right in the ballpark of really where we kind of expected this to be. And so this was a smaller scale project, but as far as the population in general, but you can see that those numbers followed what we expected. Next slide, please. So who to thank here? A lot of people were involved in this project. It was, as far as people go, a large project. I'd like to thank the Region 2 wildlife managers. A lot of us, again, this is one of the funnest things that we get to do, and so they volunteered their time. Well, they got paid to do it, right? They spent time coming up into the north sector, which is quite a ways away, and helped us out. Our Region 2 game specialists spent a lot of time and effort in procuring the money and getting the collars and setting up the project in general. Papillon is the helicopter company who does a lot of work for us, and so we really appreciate what they've done for us so far. We spent a little bit of time at the Bar 10 Ranch as well, and so we'd like to thank them and any others who were involved in this project. Next slide, please. So what's next? We are currently in the process of a deer project that kind of coincided with that redeployment in early 2024, and so that project is ongoing right now, and so I look forward to potentially coming back in a few years when that project is done and presenting on it as well. This was a pretty cool buck that we got to put a collar on. Next slide, please. Another little video, a little sneak peek for you.
All right.
Again, a successful release. We've had a redeployment on that one as well on this project, and so this is another really cool project that we're doing up in the north sector. Next slide, please. That is all I have for you. Any questions?
Any questions for Officer Clement? Commissioner Sue?
I love the way that you take the way you gather the data, but also the way you take the data and make sense of it, and then that's how you make your next decisions. And it's fantastic. And just thank you so much. I've worked down with the Sonoran Pronghorn down in Becker Valley, and watched the way you all are able to manage the pronghorn. And we had to use ice down there to ice them down, but obviously you were a little bit cooler up where you were in doing that. So that's very cool. Thank you for all your hard work, and please thank your team.
Thank you.
So just a comment I'd like to make. This is part that the public doesn't get to see a lot of what our wildlife managers do. Too often, we engage wildlife managers when we're checking licenses or doing something related to that. But when we say that we make decisions based on the science data is partially helps with our decision, these professionals are out there every day collecting this data, understanding wildlife management, conservation, habitat. This is how the commission makes our decisions. So when you see an officer in the field, you're seeing about a small percentage of what their overall job is. This is where the real work gets done and how we manage wildlife in the state. So thank you, Officer Clement, for presenting today. Please pass along our thanks to your team as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Director. Mr. Director.
Nice work, Brady. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, item 3 is state and federal legislation. Presenter is Ed Sanchez, Legislative Branch Chief.
Okay, before you begin, Ed, we have a blue slip on item 3. Mr. Fugate. And although you did it the first time, Johnny, please state your name and your organization and you.
Okay. John Fugate, Yuma Valley Rod and Gun Club. I just want the commission to know that the Rod and Gun Club works very close with Ed and Jess as it relates to Title 17 in the state legislature. Our organization is very proud of our efforts ensuring legislators that the department spends sportsmen's dollars in the tune of millions and brings billions to Arizona's economy. From our standpoint, depending on the November elections, we could see a new president of the Senate, a new chairman for Senate Natural Resources Committee. In our eyes, there's an opportunity for Senator Dunn to become the chairman of Natural Resources and TJ Shope to become the president of the Senate. Both of these folks are good friends of the department and the commission. As a reminder, should Congressman Biggs become governor, Sina Kerr automatically becomes Arizona's first lieutenant governor. Again, in our eyes, because of her previous leadership role as the past chairman of Senate Natural Resources, she understands commission and or department responsibilities. We'll just have to wait and see, Mr. Chairman, but I think things may be looking up. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Mr. Sanchez.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, for the record, my name is Ed Sanchez, Legislative Liaison for the Department. Happy to provide another summer update for you. I'm happy to see Johnny. He kind of took some of my thunder on my presentation, but that's good. It's a kind of reminder, engagement of what we do legislatively. So next slide, please. So again, you asked why are we talking about the election. I think Johnny mentioned that is that it does impact us in a big way. One, because of all the potential changes. We have a budget we have to pass next year. We have states' authority that may be discussed at the legislature next year. So those type of things that we have to be concerned about. So I just wanted to give the commission an opportunity to things that are happening. Familiar names that you know, Governor Hobbs, Congressman Biggs running for governor, and familiar names, Lieutenant Governor John Giles, former Mesa mayor, and Sina Kerr. She's the former state senator, former chair of the Natural Resource Committee, but now the USDA Farm Service Executive Director for Arizona. So people we all know, but we're going to just watch and see what happens in November. Next slide, please. Again, just a little background on the upcoming election in November for the state Senate, state House of Representatives. And Johnny did mention that Warren Peterson's running for Attorney General. There's going to be a new Senate President. There's also going to be, he mentioned, a new Senate Natural Resource Committee, and also a new House Natural Resource Chairman. Representative Griffin is moving to the Senate. It's not official yet, but she is running for a Senate seat. So that Natural Resource Committee chair seat is up in the House. So something we're going to be, Justin and I are going to be watching and monitoring. And again, developing relationships. Hopefully we've done enough where there's someone that slips in that we know really well. So, and just something to, just for people to know, there are some districts in play, not a lot, but you see them 2, 4, 9, 7 in the House or in the Senate, and then 2, 4, 9, 17, 23 in the House. So if you're interested, I'll let you know where exactly those places are. So. And by the way, right here in Williams is District 7. And Senator Rogers is going to be visiting with us at 9:30. So I want to let Mr. Chair that she'll be popping in at 9:30. So next slide, please. Again, another update on our legislative proposal timeline and process. The deadline closed to see new proposals, legislative proposals internally, July 17th. We're currently reviewing those. We have about a few legislative proposals that we're reviewing internally. So our next deadline would be August, September commission meeting. So between now and then, the commissioners, you'll be seeing some of these proposals. We'll be discussing them with you, going through them, about whether we want to advance them over to the governor's office and maybe even introduce them at the legislature this coming session. Next slide, please. Then a federal review of the elections. We have 9 congressional House seats. They're all up for a re-election. There's 2 seats that are kind of in play competitively, as I hear. Don't know, that's what I hear. So districts 1 and 6. And by the way, Williams here is in District 2, who is represented by Eli Crane. And he's also running for office again. And I want to talk about this again because the Republicans hold a majority. It's 220 to 215 over the Democrats. It's really actually about 218 to 212 because of vacancies and things like that. So it's a very exceptionally slim margin of a majority there. So, and again, historically, I'm just saying this because it's true. Historically, usually it's the advantages for the Democrats, the blue wave. So it's really a matter of how many seats they're going to get historically. Usually it's more on the opposite party. And then the U.S. Senate, the Republicans hold it at 53-47. The Republicans have to defend 20 seats, the Democrats 13 seats. It's not as bad as it looks for Republicans. They have a lot of strong seats, but less of they really have to defend. So again, we're going to watch and see. That may flip too, and maybe not. So we're just going to watch. But it'd be a lot of work for us. Just if any type of change happens, you'll see that. One other thing I want to talk about from the state side too is that not only we're going to see some leadership positions change, but we're also going to see new members. There's quite a few members that are running for office that are now going to be new members. So Justin and I are going to have a lot of time on our lot of work on our hands to develop those new relationships with those brand new members, both on the House and both on the Republican and the Democrat side. Next slide, please. And then a quick congressional update. Congress is in summer recess, so they're all back home in their districts. But before they departed, the Senate passed a continuing resolution to avert a shutdown of September 30th. They're proposing it to be go till December 11th. No, wait, I'm sorry. It's going to be December 14th, I believe. I think that's incorrect. Could be December 14th. But the House is going to, so what that means, the House is going to come back August 31st when they return. They're going to look it over, and hopefully they also approve and extend it to December 14th. Next slide, please. And then the Senate Natural Resources Committee. This is a bill that we monitor a lot of bills at the congressional side, but one I just wanted to alert people, and it's great timing. Larry Phoenix mentioned this, the Drago Bravo fire. Representative Crane introduced legislation on this issue, and it passed the House. It's now in the Senate, had a Senate hearing, so it's really on its way to the point where maybe towards the end of the year it may be dropped onto an omnibus bill or something like that and passed. So something of interest I just wanted to alert to the commission on this issue that's ongoing and important for the department, but also for just economic development in northern Arizona. Next slide, please. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'm available for any questions.
Well, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Sanchez? Yeah, thank you. Very well done. Mr. Director, I think we'll take a 15-minute break and reconvene at 9:30.
He's on time. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Director.
Item 4, a species of greatest conservation need, wildlife briefing. Presenters Dan Dillon, wildlife specialist, regional supervisor.
Good morning, Dan. Is that microphone on?
Now it is.
Roger.
All right. For the record, I am Dan Dillon. I'm the Wildlife Specialist Supervisor Regional, which is a fancy way of saying hatchery manager for the Aquatic Research and Conservation Center in the research branch. Next slide, please. So that yellow square is my region. It's pretty small. ARC sits on the south side of the Bubbling Ponds property. In that lower right-hand corner of that map, you can see the Page Springs facility, Bubbling Ponds, and then ARC. It's on Cornville, Arizona, off of Page Springs Road in Oak Creek. It was established in 1997 and formally called the Bubbling Ponds Native Fish Conservation Facility. Currently, our staff is myself as a hatchery manager. Lisa Burton is our fish culturist. We do have a vacancy for a lead research biologist currently, and we're supervised by Ryan Mann out of headquarters. He's the Aquatic Research Program Manager. We're funded through the Bureau of Reclamation and the Gila River Basin Native Fishes Conservation Program, which is a mouthful, and state wildlife grants. So next slide, please. ARC's primary objectives. So you can see our mission statement up there. I'm not going to read it, but it's very similar to the research branch's mission statement with one exception, and that it's supporting the department's propagation, management, and conservation of Arizona's native aquatic species. So propagation is one of the primary objectives of the Aquatic Research Conservation Center. And we like to look at it as the 3 R's. So we have research, refuge, reproduction. It's a little different from R3 or 3R. So the research component of that is to support management information needs on native aquatic species. And the refuge is to provide protection against catastrophic loss in the wild for Arizona's aquatic native species. And then reproduction is where that propagation comes in. So we currently are reproducing spike dace and loach minnow at ARC, and those are 2 very small-bodied fish that are endemic to the Gila River. So then with that reproduction aspect, the goal of that is to reestablish and augment populations in the wild. And so some of the places we'll see later in the presentation, but some of these stocking locations, we are reestablishing populations. They wouldn't exist. So next slide, please. So this is kind of a timeline for ARC. As I mentioned, was established in 97. It was a single building wet lab up until 2007. when they put in the refuge cage, and that's that picture on the left with those round blue tanks. And then from 2009 to 2012, we really did this puzzle piece incremental expansion where any piece of material that would hold water and fish was used. And so ARC was using surplus military shipping containers, surplus missile and predator drone containers to create spawning streams for loach minnow. In 2016, it was renamed the Aquatic Research and Conservation Center, and that highlights the research role and to differentiate from Bubbling Ponds Fish Hatchery, although I still do get phone calls if I want to sell fish, which we don't. From 2016 to 2018, we renovated and modernized the facility. So we brought in fish-specific infrastructure, got rid of the military shipping containers, added spawning streams, added lined research ponds, and with that infrastructure, we're continuing to improve the capacity and the functionality of the facility. Next slide, please. ARC today. So kind of a hodgepodge of fish-specific infrastructure. So 20 artificial spawning streams. We have all of those refuge tanks, the research ponds that we use to conduct experiments that mimic larger bodies of water, additional rearing tanks. We have several quarantine tanks, several aquariums inside the wet lab, and currently we're holding 10 species of threatened and endangered fish on station. And so, yeah, as I mentioned, we're focusing on spike dace and loach minnow currently. So next slide, please. So we're getting into our 3 Rs. So refuge. This map shows the collection sites, and I realize the circles are a little bit hard to see, of all of the places where spike dace, loach minnow are collected from the wild to be brought back to ARC for refuge and reproduction. We're currently holding 3 lineages of spike dace, 4 lineages of loach minnow. We did have a lineage of roundtail chub. We do not anymore, but we do have the space to reestablish that if we need. And we also have other space for emergency salvage. So we support, this is in support of all the state's conservation goals for those species. And we work very closely with our native aquatics program to get those fish on station. And that picture down below on the bottom left is 2 of our employees in our aquatics seining I think it's Aravipa Creek for spike dace and loach minnow. Next slide, please. Reproduction. So like I said, spike dace, loach minnow, you're gonna hear that a lot. To date, over the history of the facility, we've produced over 118,000 spike dace and loach minnow for research and conservation. I should add the pictures there. The top fish is a loach minnow. The bottom fish is a spike dace. And this directly supports repatriation efforts by our native aquatics program in conjunction with our state and federal partners. So we work closely with the state of New Mexico as well as the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So yeah, as I mentioned before, and this is specifically to reestablish populations in some areas. So next slide, please. Repatriation. So this is ARC's connection to not only the state of Arizona, but also the Southwest. So you can see those red stars occur in Arizona as well as New Mexico. Those are stocking locations for spike dace, loach minnow. And over the history of the facility, we have stocked over 64,000 spike dace and loach minnow back onto the landscape, all in the Gila River Basin and across both those states. Okay, yeah, next slide, please. So the last R, research. That GIF in the bottom left is a loach minnow that is excavating his nest. You can see some of the gravel is a little algae, and then some of the gravel closer to that nest is clean. The male loach minnows will actually clean out their nests in preparation for spawning. And then you can see without the water in it, that top picture is what those nests look like built into the raceway. So over the years, ARC's role has been to develop a standard spawning techniques based off of several factors that can influence spawning success. We've looked at some of these items such as nest spacing, spawner density. We're planning on looking at some other influence or factors such as paired spawning. And paired spawning would be taking two genetically known fish, putting them in an aquarium by themselves, and then you know the progeny from those two fish. You can test those genetics, and then we have a full knowledge of those progeny from that fish. And then tagging techniques for these small-bodied fish, which include pit tags, passive integrated transponder, as well as visual implant elastomer, which is a really small piece of brightly colored plastic that goes into the dorsal fin. And that ties in with the genetics. So when we receive wild fish, we also have fish that were bred in captivity. We want to be able to differentiate those wild adults from captive adults. That's where the VIE comes in. Next slide, please. So other research, no, those are helitop minnow on the left. No, they don't naturally occur red, yellow, and blue. That was part of a vital dye study that we looked at to assess a mark recapture technique for small-bodied fish. The dyes were able to differentiate we're able to utilize those dyes to see which ones stayed around longer and which ones faded quicker. We do have the ability to perform robust research in a controlled setting and specific to native fish and aquatic species projects. So we're supporting all of the department's management information needs when it comes to native aquatic species. We've looked at a bunch of other research projects, and we have some in the works. And yeah, next slide, please. So outreach and education. We've done several events, outdoor expo, Verde River Days, et cetera. And then in the past, we've run our fish identification training for staff and interns, and that's what you see in those photos. When COVID happened, that went away, but we are prepared to reestablish that, and I believe we have plans to reestablish that identification course. Next slide, please. So, looking ahead. So ARC remains a vital asset to the department for addressing our priority management information needs within a controlled environment with a dedicated and knowledgeable staff. We are maintaining our 7 lineages of spike dace and loach minnow. This year, we have produced 5,200 spike dace and loach minnow. That figure is actually a little bit wrong because they keep spawning when I had to submit this. So we've actually got over 7,000 of those fish on station right now. And we have 3 anticipated stocking locations in Arizona and New Mexico. And I just want to emphasize that, if ARC didn't exist, these spike dace and loach minnow would not be stocked out onto the landscape. This is our direct approach to native species conservation in the Southwest. The picture in the upper right, if you guys can see those very small, thin brown lines, those are larval spike dace. So we collect those by hand and we count them by hand to move them from the spawning raceways to their refuge tanks. So you can go a little cross-eyed doing that. So next slide. And with that, I will be happy to entertain any questions.
Oh, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Dillon?
Just a comment. I really appreciated this very hard work. I especially like the outreach and the education that you're doing. Fantastic. Because I think that is so important. And I said this before, for the public to truly understand the depth and breadth of your data collection and what it does for the public ultimately, and for the fisher people and everybody else out there enjoying the outdoors. So thank you so much. Great work.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kerr.
Thank you, Chairman. Dan, thank you so much for your presentation. I got a question for you on the stocking. When we're stocking the Loesch minnow and the spike days, are those populations that are being supplemented with fish, or are they places that have been extirpated that now that the department is repatriating those fish into those areas, or a little bit of both, or how do you choose sites?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Kerr, it is a little bit of both. And those sites are chosen through coordination with our partners in New Mexico, as well as the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And then our Native Aquatics program does the bulk of that work.
Thank you very much for all you're doing for our native fish populations.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I'm going to echo my two commissioners here. You know, as commissioners, we get to hear both ends of it. We get to hear from people that are upset, that don't think that we're doing enough. You've got to be paying more attention to this. We've got endangered species, all kinds of comments. But then we also understand that we have agencies like yours that do this research and do the science, and we know what's going on in there. So we're always kind of caught in the middle of hearing both of these. But this is fantastic science. This is what it's based on. This is how we manage wildlife, including aquatics in the state of Arizona. Thank you for what you do. Please pass along from all of us on the commission the great work your team is doing.
Excellent. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes. Mr. Director.
Nice work, Dan. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I believe we've got a guest here, and Ed Sanchez will do the introduction.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr.
as
Sanchez.
we spoke earlier, we have another special guest that just arrived, State Senator Wendy Rogers of District 7, along with her husband, Hal. So we'd love to have her step up and say take a few minutes to talk to the commission.
Thanks so much. Welcome, Senator Rogers.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and commissioners. Welcome to the most beautiful legislative district in Arizona, District 7. This is our backyard here, as you know, and you, sir, are from Payson, part of my district as well. You're just 30 minutes away here from our home in Flagstaff, and we got in last night from a big journey, and most recently came down yesterday from Flaming Gorge, Utah, and spent a couple of days touring that area, seeing how that provides us the backup in our watershed coming down in case the Colorado River is not adequate. And Commissioner Kerr, are you related to our future Lieutenant Governor?
No, ma'am, I'm not, but we do share a great surname. Right?
Yes, actually, Sina Kerr, our proposed new first Lieutenant Governor, has been a great friend and advocate for natural resources in our state, and I've had the privilege of having worked alongside her for the last 6 years in the state Senate. By the way, I might mention, it was she who conceived of the idea of an MOU between Williams residents just outside the city limits, north of here, on the fact that DFFM was slash cutting properties that were state lands next to private lands. And because of Senator Kerr, future Lieutenant Governor Kerr's expertise and incisiveness, she said, hey, Rogers, you need to have an MOU between the folks who live north of Williams and DFFM. And so an 8-page MOU came out of that. And it's a situation where a handshake is always nice, but getting it on paper puts it in perpetuity. And so that's kind of illustrative of some of the challenges I face here in rural Arizona, codifying agreements between people who need representation and need to be able to make input. So into the game and fish space in particular, I'm really happy that we were able to get the money for the hatchery, the Tonto Fish Hatchery. That was several iterations into the budget process, which is always a wringing of the sausage, I guess you could say. And I look forward to working with you on increasing access for veterans. As you may know, I'm a 20-year military retired officer from the Air Force, as is my husband, Hal. He's an engineer. I was a pilot. He designed them. I flew them. But it's very important, especially to me personally. I love the outdoors, love to hike. And the Arizona Trail, we weren't able to get money for this year, but we tried. And this is something that I will lean forward on. We're very happy also that you got extended for 8 years. I'm really proud of Game and Fish, your self-sustainment financial model. The legislature admires you for that because always people are asking us for money. And you guys know how to self-sustain. So we're very proud of you. So with that, I'll take any questions. Happy to answer any concerns.
Well, thank you, Senator Rogers. On behalf of the commission, any questions for Senator Rogers? Commissioner Sue.
It's always good to see you.
Yes,
Thank you so
ma'am.
much for being here, especially rushing in from coming home yesterday. That's great. I just really want to say how much I admire you and your staff for your support for Arizona Game and Fish, not only the commission, but also the department. So a huge thank you.
Well, I'm honored to do so. I have a lifetime fishing license, and someday I'll get drawn for elk.
Commissioner Kerr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Rogers, thank you so much for being here today. And thank you so much for your cooperation with our hatcheries. That juice was definitely worth the squeeze. We really appreciate that. And as far as your elk tag goes, get in line.
Yes. Well, there's a funny story to that. I got on the phone 2 cycles ago and was walked through with one of your specialists over the phone.
Customer service.
Customer service. And it took 30 minutes, and I have friends in Flagstaff who told me which areas to designate as to where we wanted to hunt. And it took 30 minutes, and she was so patient. And I said, are we done? And she said, yes. And I said, are we really, really done? And she said, yes. And then I told her who I was, and she said, oh. But my point is, I wanted to see, and I was just so gratified by the professionalism, the crispness, the sincerity with which she walked me through and made sure everything was buttoned down. And hats off to all of you for what a professional organization you run, truly.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Any comments?
I just want to thank you for being a customer and the help for us to get the appropriation to spend the money that Arizona sportsmen and women deserve to have put toward the causes they think are most important, like a hatchery renovation. So we really appreciate your support. Thank you very much.
Well, and I'm happy to do it, but I will also conclude by saying Arizona is a model. I run a lot of bills. I know I have a reputation for that. And imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. And so I want to tell you that on a national scale, we look at other states for legislation when we have to write bills, because why reinvent the wheel, right? Well, other states look to you as the example. And I'm really proud to tell you that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rogers. We know you're very busy to come down. Hal Rogers, thank you for escorting. We appreciate it. Mr. Director.
Thank you, Senator Rogers. Mr. Chairman, I believe we can get through item 5, which is hunt permit tag application schedule for 2027 hunts. Presenter is Claudia Floria. The senator might want to stay for this. Draw administrator.
Thank you, and good morning, Mr. Director, Mr. Chairman, and the Commission. My name is Claudia Floria. I am the draw administrator. The department is presenting the hunt permit tag application schedules for the 2027 draws. These schedules are included in the regulation booklets and include deadline dates and first come, first served acceptance dates. For 2027 spring draw, October 6, 2026. Oh, I'm sorry. These are the proposed application deadline dates. For 2027 elk and pronghorn draw, February 2nd, 2027. And for 2027 fall draw, June 1st of 2027. The proposed first come, first served dates, which are leftover tags. For spring, first come, first serve acceptance by mail, November 2nd of 2026. First come, first serve acceptance in office, November 9th of 2026. For elk and pronghorn draw, first come, first serve acceptance by mail, March 15, 2027. And first come, first serve acceptance in office, March 22nd of 2027. And for fall draw, first come, first serve acceptance by mail, July 5th of 2027. And first come, first served acceptance in office, July 12th of 2027. Were there any questions?
Any questions from the commission for Claudia? Hearing none?
Perfect, thank you. The department recommends the commission vote to approve all the proposed hunt permit tag application schedules for the 2027 hunts.
You see that recommendation from the department? Do we have a motion?
Second?
We have a motion by Commissioner Kerr, a second by Commissioner Sue. Any additional discussion? All in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you, Claudia.
Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. Mr. Chairman, I don't believe we have anything else we can fit in before our time certain unless you would like to take a break or we can
We would
begin
like to take a
introduce.
couple-minute break if we can. We'll be back at 10 o'clock or a couple minutes after. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that brings us to our time certain for 10 a.m. and that's hearings on license revocations for violations of game and fish codes and civil assessments for the illegal taking and/or possession of wildlife. The presenter is Danielle Kloss, Regional Supervisor.
Good morning, Regional Supervisor Klaas.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. The department would like the record to show that each of the cases that the commission may consider today has been reviewed, and it has been determined that all cases meet the criteria established in ARS 17238, 17245, 17314, 17340, 17362, 17363, and/or 17502 for commission action. The record should reflect that the commission and the respondents have been provided with copies of the original court docket and case reports prepared by the officers, along with copies of all other pertinent materials in each of these cases. All of these exhibits may be considered by the commission in order to make final determinations in each of these cases. Please note that each individual has been legally noticed for today's hearing. I will read the names of the individuals who were noticed for today's hearing. If you are present, please verbally indicate as such for the record. Matthew Swallow. Jesse Chapin. Dustin Berg. Thomas Gerbig. Mr. Gerbig is present. Teodoro Salea. Mr. Salea is present. Brett Daniels. Emad Alsage. Mr. Alsage is present. Richard Minyard. Mr. Minyard is present.
Wow.
The civil assessment process is not intended to be punitive, but is a process allowing the commission to recover financial damages to compensate the state for the loss of any wildlife. Hunter education requirements are imposed as a remedial measure to increase knowledge and prevent future violations and not as punishment. The department is ready to present these cases for possible revocation and/or civil assessment action and have the commission take jurisdiction.
The chair will entertain a motion to take jurisdiction.
So moved?
We have a motion and we have a second by Commissioner Kerr. All in favor of that motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Thanks, Danielle.
Mr. Chairman, if it's okay with the commission, we'll proceed with these in the order of presence, forwarding to Mr. Gerbig.
Very well.
Docket number 2026-0025, Thomas Clinton Gerbig of Queen Creek, Arizona. Charges, count A, take Bobcat enclosed area. Count B, take Bobcat while trespassing. Court, Apache Junction Justice Court. Plea, count A, not guilty. Count B, guilty. Court findings, accepted plea agreement. The sentence, the fine of $250. The date of conviction was April 28th, 2026. Actions to be considered. Revocation of any licenses to take wildlife pursuant to ARS 17340. Required completion of hunter education course pursuant to ARS 17245. And because there was no loss of wildlife in this case, we are not asking for any civil damages to be considered. Case summary. On February 15th, 2026, Officer Chris Bono received an Operation Gate Thief report of a potential trapping violation in Apache Junction. The reporting party observed a confinement trap on their property that was labeled as state property of the Arizona Game and Fish Department. The reporting party also stated it was labeled with GF6619. The next day, the reporting party called back to report the trap had caught a bobcat. The following day, officers Chris Bono and Ken Clay arrived on scene, located the trap, and released the bobcat. The private property where the trap was located was clearly marked with no trespassing signs on every fence post and was completely enclosed by a fence. While on site, the officers observed a large SRP utility truck parked on the side of the road directly across from where the trap was located. Officers observed an individual get out of the truck and walk out to the trap. The individual was identified as Thomas Clinton Gerbig. Gerbig possessed a valid hunting and trapping license and admitted to setting the trap. There are no corresponding cases. The disposition of the wildlife evidence is that it is currently held in evidence at Arizona Game and Fish Department, and there was 1 hour spent on the case. Both the case officer and Mr. Gerbig are present, and Gerbig has something that he would like to share with the commission.
Okay. Very well. Any questions for Regional Supervisor Klaas? No? Okay. Thank you. Mr. Gerbig?
I'm pretty nervous, so try to get through this as best I can. So apologize if I'm off. I'm not a very good public speaker.
Take your time.
My name's Tom Gerbig. I'm from, background history. I'm from Pinetop, Lakeside. Raised there my whole life. Just recently moved down to the valley about 6 years ago. Did a lot of hunting and fishing and trapping up there as a kid. So did most of my friends. Recently moved down to the valley to work at SRP. I'm a journeyman lineman for them. I've been down there for about 6 years. And I just decided, hey, I should get into trapping. I have 2 boys. Sorry. 11 and 7. So, sorry. Trying to get my boys out of the house and teach them something. The morning that we went to set the traps, my boys had been trapping with me before, but we hadn't done it in a long time, not since they were little kids. So I took them out and I'm like, come on, we're going to get out of the house, off of our phones, and out of the house and learn something. That morning we were up towards the Goldfield Mountain Range. And the Goldfield Mountain Range, there's a bunch of washes through there. All the washes run north to south. The roads, mainly the main roads, all run east to west. That morning we were started from the west. We're traveling east looking for places to put sets. I used my Onyx that morning traveling east to look, and I was in BLM land on both sides of the road. When I was going through there, like I said, all the washes run north to south. So I kept going and look and look and look. And when I ended up at the place where the violation happened, I didn't update my maps. I was using Onyx. Onyx shows your location, but it doesn't follow you. So I didn't refresh my map. So on it, it showed a road east to west. Or I mean, yes, east to west road with a north-south wash. There's a ton of those if you look on Onyx in that area. I just was wrong, 100% wrong. I ended up, me and my boys set that trap, and then we proceeded on with our day. That's the only one we ended up setting that day. We went back home. The next day, I was at work, and I was working roughly 2 miles from that area. I just happened to be going down that road that day. I was going to check after work that evening. I just happened to be going down that road. I got out and I checked my set. I'm super glad that my boys weren't there. Prior to this, I tried to look up I don't know if you guys have ever tried to look it up, but the actual website, on the website of the Game and Fish website, to look at the regulations for the trapping, I tried to find, I could not find it. It's in a weird spot. Later on, the warden did show me where it was at, but it's not where I thought it would be. It was hard to find. But anyway, I talked to the wardens, and the depictions that the warden states in here paints a dirty picture of what really happened that day. I have some photos of what the property looks like and how it could possibly be mistaken. Like I said, that day when I did set the sets, I went in there on that property, and at first I went north through an opening in the fence, and I went down the wash, which turns out to be BLM land. And there was a lot of foot traffic in there. The foot traffic is not good for when you're trapping, because when people see your trap, they steal it. So I turned around and I went south, and I went through the hole in the fence going south, and I did see the signs, but I just figured when those signs were on there. You can see the picture on the right. That is one of the posts that did have a sign. It's not there now. I went in there and there was way less foot traffic, but I figured that somebody didn't want anybody walking by their property, so they just posted no trespassing. There's 2 signs, one in the east and one to the west. There was a walkthrough. So the picture on the right, that is where the one sign was posted. It's gone now, it blew off. The one that you see on the left is the wash to the north on BLM land that you can kind of see in the picture, those little shiny things in the middle of the fence. That's where they repaired the fence. There was 2 T-posts right there, so you could just walk in the wash. Anybody could walk in there. Maybe the next slide, please. I have some more pictures that show it. So that is the property that I entered on. That is looking from where they repaired the fence south. That's where I entered the property, through that opening in the fence. The warden depicts it as the property was completely fenced off, and in his report that I went under the fence and I drug my trap under the fence. Me and the warden both entered at the time of when I seen the warden, we both entered through that opening in the fence. You can go to the next picture, please. At the time of the offense, the one to the far left is what the property looked like at the time of the offense. It had rocks right there. There was no wire even in between the fence. Now a big storm came through and washed away all the rocks, and now they have one piece of wire going through that. and only one sign now. And then the one to the right is where the sign used to be. These are all pictures taken off of Google Maps. The one to the right of that is where the BLM land had an opening in the fence that they repaired. Like I said, the one to the far right is what the property, the opening in the fence that I walked through and the warden walked through. In the description, he says the entire property had posted no trespassing signs on every T-post or every fence post. I only saw 2. I don't know if there's every fence post, but I only seen 2. I told the warden that the day I met him that I only saw 2. I didn't go under any fence, and the fence that he says is surrounded by the entire property is only 70 yards. 70 yards of fence, as far as I know, because I didn't go around any other part of the property but this wash. That fence is a 3-strand smooth wire fence that's falling off everywhere.
So, Mr. Gerber, I'm not being presumptuous, but I think we got that point.
okay.
Is there something else you want to share with the commission?
No, sir. I would never do that. I'm sorry to be here before you. 100% at fault. I told that to the courts. I was wrong. I should have done my due diligence and found the regs. And I'm not saying even if I found the regs, I would have even have noticed that there was closed units. So I've been trapping most of my life, and I had no idea that there was closed units in Arizona. Where I trapped in Pinetop Lakeside, nothing is closed, nowhere. The only thing close to that's the res, and all the other violations I know about. I know about how far to set off a road, not to go next to a golf course, and that wasn't an issue there. So I never even knew there was a closed unit. That's my fault for not finding the regs and doing my due diligence.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Kirby? I do have one, sir. When you were
Yes,
in
sir.
Pinetop and there
Yes, sir.
was private property and it was posted with signs, you would go in there and trap?
No, sir, I would not trap anywhere near where there was any
Right.
posted
So
signs.
the point is, there are areas in Pinetop and there are regulations, just like we have
Correct.
across the rest of the state. And you saw the no trespassing signs, right?
Yes, sir. I did. I told the warden that when I seen him, I did see the no trespassing signs. But like I said, I believed from what I looked at Onyx that somebody had just put those signs up there and it wasn't really private property. I just looked at my maps wrong, and that's my fault.
Okay. We appreciate you coming today. We appreciate the comments there. Did you want to say something, Mr. Kerr?
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Gerbig, have you taken the trapping class?
Yes,
that we
sir.
offer?
Yes,
Okay.
sir. You have to take it in order to get the.
So there was a gap in the fence, right?
Yes,
But
sir.
there were 2 no trespassing signs on
Correct.
either side, and you saw
Correct.
those. So did you view that as being different than a road that would be open with no trespassing? Does that mean that there's an open road, I can drive down
No,
it?
sir. Like I said, I was under the impression from what my maps are saying to where I was, that somebody had just put that up there,
So
not actually being.
Is this the first time you'd been down the road or in that area?
Yeah, correct. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Like I said, I hadn't been in the area ever just because I had just started trapping again this year down here.
Okay.
And normally when I trap, I'm nowhere near anything ever. So,
And you could see structures or buildings in the background that might suggest you were on private land?
and yes, there was a structure that I did see
We
up the
saw that
wash
in
on the
picture
left.
as well.
But like I said, I didn't see anything to the right, and I didn't believe it really was private property. But that, like I said, that's my fault. I 100% own up to that. That was my fault.
Well,
Commissioner Manuel.
Commissioner Gergenhauer, thank you. Mr. Gerbig, my family hunts a lot, and where we hunt, there's not always fences. And so as much as it stinks today, and for the reason that you're here, it's super, super important for those maps, even if you double up with a paper map and Onyx to make sure that you're in the right spot, because a lot of times there's not going to be a fence, there's not going to be a sign. And so I appreciate you explaining that and doning up to that, but a good opportunity for the kids, like you were mentioning, to teach them, especially with a 7 and 11-year-old. But thank you for being here today to explain it to us.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Commissioner Sue?
One more comment. Obviously, you're very sorry for what has happened. Are you explaining this to your sons and telling them what the issues are with this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
They know. I mean, I'm just, like I said, I'm glad they weren't there. They probably would have been scared, and
Yeah.
I don't want them to think that. I don't want them to see that.
Yeah.
But I don't ever want to see you guys again.
Yeah. Well, as you know, revocations are not my favorite part. They're interesting, but it's not my favorite part. I think that is going to be a critical part of all of this, and the outcome is making sure that your kids know that there are rules and regs, and to go through with them on a regular basis. They're old enough to read, obviously, and to say, you know, these are the regs, this is what we do, and whatever the outcome is to make sure that they see that and maybe even get them their own copies.
Yeah.
You know, so I think that would be really valuable for them. But thank you for being here. Much appreciated.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And I just found out there's actual handbook you can get at the Game and Fish for just the trapping regulations, which I was not aware of until just recently. So
It's amazing the amount of print that we put out there that people don't know about, and much of it is online as well. So I think that is critical, whether it's online or in hard copy. So thank you.
the one that is online is extremely difficult to find. I don't know why, but it just really is.
We got a lot of information on that website.
Thank you, Mr. Gerbig. You can have a seat. We'd like to hear from the officer.
Thank you.
Chairman, members of the commission. As the case summary states, I received a report from a homeowner that there was a live confinement trap on his property. I'm Officer Buono, Christopher Buono.
Thank you, Chief Elms.
Chairman, members of the commission. As the case summary states, a reporting party called that there was a live confinement trap on their property. I had planned to go out the following morning, and I was going to sit the trap and wait for somebody to come out. Following morning, as I was getting ready for work, the homeowner called back to let me know that there was a bobcat in the live confinement trap. So when I arrived on scene, I brought along Officer Ken Clay. We released the bobcat from the trap. It appeared to be a small female bobcat that was in the live confinement trap. We took pictures of the whole scene. After that, we staged up the road, and we decided to watch the area to see if somebody were to come and check on the trap. At that point, a large SRP utility truck pulled over on the side of the road adjacent to that wash. We watched Mr. Gerbig get out of the SRP utility truck, go in between those fence posts that he showed in those photos to collect his live confinement trap. As he stated, he told me he did see those private property signs. Mr. Gerbig was polite, answered my questions, and was willing to talk to me during the contact. To address the photos that he was showing as well, in my 17 photos, this was a larger report with 17 photos. I know not everybody got to see all 17 of those photos. I did have a photo very similar to the one that he shared with you guys. It shows the posts where he walked through, and it shows both private property signs on both of those posts, as well as you can see the RP's house directly in the background. Okay, I'm happy to answer any and all questions.
Okay. Thank you for that input. Any questions for the officer? Commissioner Kerr.
Thank you, Chairman Guggenauer. Was Mr. Gerbig cooperative when you spoke with him?
Chairman, Commissioner Kerr, yes, Mr. Gerbig was cooperative when I was speaking with him through the whole contact.
All right, thank you.
I do have a couple of questions. One is, as far as the posting, the no trespassing signs, legally posted, no question about signs hanging or blowing down or couldn't see. I mean, he saw the signs or should have seen the signs walking through there.
Chairman Guggenhauer, members of the commission, yes, all of the signs were still clear up. I do have all of those photos as well, but like I said, there's 17 photos, a lot of photos in the report.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
the signs
sir.
were up.
Okay. Excuse me. And then the second comment has to do with Onyx. If you looked at Onyx, does it show that as private property? Any question on Onyx that there's something wrong with what they show or the location of it?
Chairman Guggenhauer, members of the commission, actually, while I was out there in the field with Mr. Gerbig, we opened up Onyx because he had mentioned that he did check Onyx. And on Onyx, as we were together, we saw that it's clearly marked on Onyx as private property. And we saw that together when we were there.
And did he sort of acknowledge that for you?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Any other questions for the officer?
No. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any additional discussion, or we'll entertain a motion? Yep.
Okay.
Commissioner Manuel.
All right, Commissioner Guggenhauer, thank you. I move that the license and/or license privileges of Thomas Gerbig to hunt, fish, and trap in the state of Arizona be revoked and he be denied another for a period of 2 years. That the current license be suspended as of the date of this hearing and that it be revoked as of the date the order in this case is signed by the director. That he be required to complete the hunter education course and provide proof to the department before applying for another license to hunt in this state. And I further move that the director, as secretary to the commission, be directed to sign and issue a finding of fact, conclusion of law, and an order in this matter pursuant to this motion.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Could I, could I
ahead.
suggest that
Commissioner
we,
Kerr.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, could I suggest that we do a trapping education course rather than a hunting education course? It would be more fitting, or is hunting okay with you?
I know that the trapping course is part of the process to get a license. Is there any issue with that, Mr. Odenkirk? Okay. So he's asking for an amendment to have, instead of hunter ed, to do trapper ed again with a 2-year revocation.
Correct.
I'll second.
We're good.
I'm sorry.
No,
Reread?
you're okay. In the essence of time, to avoid rereading, I would amend the language to trapper education course rather than hunter education course.
Correct.
Okay. So I think we have a motion. Let me just restate that for a revocation for 2 years and a trapper education course. And as Officer Kloss stated earlier, we didn't lose a bobcat in this case because the officers released it. So therefore, there's no civil assessment for the loss of wildlife in the state. So we have a motion and a second. Any additional discussion? All in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If I could just add something, Mr. Gerbig, we don't do this very often. You made a mistake. You owned up to it. We get that part of it. But nonetheless, rules are rules. And as part of your responsible is getting a trapping license or hunting or fishing license in the state of Arizona, you have an obligation to understand those requirements and regulations. Be safe out there. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, the next case is docket number 2026-0028, Teodoro Salea of Tucson, Arizona. Conviction summary: charges, count A, take wildlife without license; count B, take mountain lion without tag; count C, unlawful take of a mountain lion; count D, possess an unlawfully taken mountain lion; and count E, failure to report a mountain lion harvest. The court is the Pima County Justice Court. The plea: count D, guilty; all other counts dismissed per plea agreement. Court findings: accepted plea agreement. The sentence is a fine of $200, $150 suspended upon completion of 10 hours of community service and 12 months unsupervised probation. The date of conviction was April 14th, 2026. Actions to be considered: revocation of any license to take wildlife pursuant to ARS 17340, required completion of hunter education course pursuant to ARS 17245, civil damages of no less than $4,505.41 for the loss of one mountain lion pursuant to ARS 17314. Case summary. On September 3rd, 2025, Officer Tara Clark received a report from their Operation Gate Thief hotline about an individual unlawfully killing a mountain lion while dove hunting in Game Management Unit 37A. The reporting party provided a photograph of an individual, later identified as Teodoro Celaya, posing with a dead mountain lion that appeared to have been shot at least twice in the head. Officer Clark found that Celaya did not have a current hunting license or mountain lion tag at the time of the incident. On October 5th, 2025, Officer Clark met with Celaya at his residence regarding the mountain lion. Celaya admitted to killing the mountain lion, stating that he killed it with his .22 rifle because it had attacked a friend's horse and had killed 2 of his cats. When asked if he had contacted the department about these incidents, Celaya said that he had not. Later in the interview, when asked if there was any evidence that the lion had attacked his friend's horse, Celaya changed his story, saying the horse had not been harmed. Celaya said that he knew he needed a tag to take the lion. He told Officer Clark that after he killed the lion, he had called his girlfriend to go buy him a tag. Celaya stated that he then remembered that he did not have a current hunting license, preventing his girlfriend from getting a tag for him. Officer Clark was able to seize the hide, but not the meat, because Celaya had already eaten it. There are no corresponding cases. The disposition of the wildlife is due to the poor condition of the mountain lion hide. It was disposed of after the case was adjudicated. There were 20 hours spent on this case. Mr. Celaya is present, and the case officer is present via Zoom in the regional office.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Regional Supervisor Klaas? Thank you, Mr. Celaya. Good morning, sir. If you could just state your name for the record, please.
My name is Teodoro Celaya.
Mhm.
And I don't know that happened to me this, but I never thought that I'm gonna kill an animal because I've been rescue animals. I've been to the counseling in Arizona, get me fish, take my kids to how to fish, how to do everything when we was living in Glendale. But I was doing just a simple routine, and I checked the fence and look at the side. I had a rifle with me every time, but I had a license too, but for some reason I run out of work, and that's why I don't get my license. So I was living here, rescue an elk from the front of the offices when we start paving in the paving crew. I've been rescuing a lot of animals, CPR of the rabbits, and tried to see CPR of the gopher snake. It got stuck in my fence, 9 feet long. He don't survive, but I've been training to educate my kids and work with the animals, the wildlife. But this happened to me, I don't know, like surprised. I just see the animal right there and he was trying to jump up. That's what I'm here.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Any questions for Mr. Celaya? Commissioner Sue?
Thank you, Chair. So you did not have a hunting and fishing license, is that correct?
Yes, it was like a month ago. My daughter ran out of job, and because I went to finish the job and some Bernardino for this company, and then I don't pay attention. I was losing my license already.
So have you
But I
shared?
always have it.
Okay,
License,
have you,
excuse me.
and I noticed that you changed your story also about the horse and some of that. So you
I don't-
told a story and then you changed it. Is
I
that
don't know
correct,
who
sir?
No, sir, excuse me, but I don't change the story. My friend told me that the mountain grabbed a horse and then he spooked the horse, but he never killed the mountain, never killed the horse. He just he still has the horse with those prints. But I don't change the story. I don't know who's doing this, but behind me, but I don't never change the story.
Have you shared this event and this situation with your children?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you're
Yeah.
telling them that these are not good things to do, is to make sure that you do have your license, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And to make sure that you have the correct tags, correct?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. My kids, they're older enough. I have a Marine and my daughter's the Air Force Base, and try to educate my kids.
Please thank them for their service. It's very important
Thank
for
you.
our country. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Sue. Any other comments? Commissioner Kerr?
Chairman Guggenheim, sir, you attempted to have your girlfriend purchase a mountain lion tag for you after the fact. Is that correct?
Well, I was thinking to do that, but it was no way to, I don't have no license. That's why I can buy no tags.
So you realize that it's illegal to purchase a tag after you've killed an animal. You have to have purchased the tag prior to taking wildlife and have a license prior to taking wildlife.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Thank you, Mr. Slay. You can have a seat, and we would like to hear from the officer, please. Officer Clark, can you hear us okay?
Yes, sir. Well, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name's Tara Clark. I am the wildlife manager for 38M, the Tucson area. As my report said, on September 3rd of last year, I received an OGT call in regards to a possible mountain lion being taken unlawfully without a tag. The RP provided me a photograph. When I looked at the photograph, I saw a man, which was identified as Mr. Salaya, kneeling next to a mountain lion posing with a .22 rifle. I was able, from that picture, to locate Mr. Salaya and look up his hunting history. I saw that his license was expired as of this time that he would have taken the mountain lion. I did not see any evidence of him obtaining a tag in our system. So I went out to Mr. Salaya's residence and contacted him. I asked him about the harvest or the taking of the mountain lion. He explained that basically, long story short, he was having issues with this mountain lion, taking his cats, taking or injuring his friend's horse. So he was able to track down this lion and kill it. I asked him about the tag. He said he was aware that he needed a tag, but his girlfriend, he was going to send his girlfriend to go get the tag, but he realized his license was expired. I asked to see whatever's left of the lion. He said he had eaten the meat, so there was nothing of that. He provided me the hide, which he had dried out, tanned, and that was that. And I issued him a citation in relation to this. So.
Okay, thank you, officer. Any questions for Officer Clark? Commissioner Sue has a question.
Really good investigative work. And I really appreciate your taking the time, and the write-up was really very clear. So I appreciate that. And the one thing that I would like to stress, and you know this better than anybody, is the OGT number, the Operation Game Thief, 1-800-352-0700. So I always appreciate that, and I know it makes your job a lot easier when we do have that. So thanks to you, thanks to the person that reported it. It's critically important because, as you know, and as everyone hopefully knows, is that all of the game out there, everything that we're trying to conserve and protect, belong to the public. They don't belong to us. They don't belong to the department. They belong to the public. So thank you for protecting that.
Thank you for Commissioner Sue for those comments. Thank you, Officer Clark. The chair will entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Commissioner Sue.
I move that the license and/or license privilege of Teodoro Salaya to hunt, fish, and trap in the state of Arizona be revoked, and he be denied another for a period of 5 years. That the current license be suspended as of the date of this hearing, and that it be revoked as of the date of the order in this case as signed by the director. That he be required to complete the hunter education course and provide proof to the department before applying for any other license to hunt in this state. that the department be directed to collect civil damages or to bring civil action against Teodora Salea to collect the amount of $4,505.41 for the loss of one mountain lion. And I further move that the director, as secretary to the commission, be directed to sign and issue a finding of fact, conclusion of law, and an order in this matter pursuant to this motion.
So we have a motion, and do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any additional discussion? All in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. The next case is docket 2026-0034, Imad Al-Sage of Glendale, Arizona. Conviction summary, charges, count A, take mule deer in excess of bag limit. Count B, possess unlawfully taken wildlife. The court is the Flagstaff Justice Court. The plea, count B, guilty, all other counts dismissed per plea agreement. The court findings is that the plea agreement was accepted. The sentence was a fine of $584. The date of conviction was April 21st, 2026. Actions to be considered: revocation of any licenses to take wildlife pursuant to ARS 17340, required completion of hunter education course pursuant to ARS 17245, civil damages of no less than $3,973.13 for the loss of one mule deer pursuant to ARS 17314. Case summary. On August 28th, 2024, a reporting party provided to Officer Dennis Fogel information that a hunter had potentially shot a deer with archery equipment within a quarter mile of an occupied residence. The next morning, Officer Fogel met with the RP and recovered the deer, which was found dead 17 yards from the residence. Officer Fogel found the bolt used to kill the deer roughly 40 yards away. The bolt was also lodged in a stump, indicating that it was likely shot from the edge of the road through an opening in the trees and would have put the hunter approximately 42 yards from the structure when the deer was shot. Officer Fogel also provided a license plate to the suspect vehicle. He identified the potential suspect as Imad Al-Sage. Officer Fogel also discovered that Al-Sage e-tagged a deer the next day on August 29th, 2024, and claimed to have harvested the deer in Game Management Unit 6A. On March 7th, 2025, Officer Fogel contacted Al-Sage and explained that he wanted to speak with him about the other deer he shot in the Prescott area near some houses. Al-Sage confirmed that he had shot the deer and did not retrieve it. After the interview, Officer Fogel obtained a search warrant for Al-Sage's phone to prove the location of the second deer shot on August 29th, 2024. The warrant data confirmed that Al-Sage's phone was in the Mormon Mountain area in Game Management Unit 6A on August 29th, 2024. There are no corresponding cases. The disposition of wildlife evidence is that the antlers of the first deer are currently being held in evidence. There were 20 hours spent on this case. Both the case officer and Mr. Al-Sage are present.
Thank you. Any questions for Officer Claus? Mr. Al-Sage?
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, good morning. Took the kids hunting, and we shot a deer, and waited around 20 minutes teaching the kids they should wait. I tried to teach my kids about everything about hunting, getting them involved with the outdoors, with nature, and get them out of the house. So I was teaching them to wait 20, 30 minutes before approaching an animal. Approached the animal. When we approached the animal, the deer got up and ran towards a private property. Came back, was approached by an off-duty firefighter, offered to help. He suggested that I take another shot at the deer towards a private property. I refused. We went, asked for permission to access the property, and we were denied at that point. So we called Game and Fish, waited around for a while, then we called again after about an hour or so. Called again, and we were told that nobody's going to be able to come. Everybody's stuck in Tucson on a big investigation. So I came to an agreement with a firefighter and another neighbor that also happened to be an off-duty firefighter to go home. It was a school night. It was at about 9 o'clock at night to go home, and they'll check on the deer the next day. The gentleman did have my contact info. I did not. I went the next day. I went hunting. I was successful. I e-tagged my deer. I also did an e-tag for a transfer for a friend to take it to the butcher shop because I couldn't stay the night up there. I did everything by the book. I went by the rules. I did everything by the book. I didn't know that the first deer was dead until about 6 months later when Officer Fogel contacted me. Officer Fogel and another sheriff deputy showed up to my house. My wife answered the phone. I'm at the door. She gave him my contact info. They called me. I think I was pretty cooperative. I told them I'll meet them at the house after work. After I hung up the phone with Officer Fogel, I called my wife. She was extremely terrified. She was pregnant, and it was an extremely tough, risky pregnancy in a way. Didn't know what to do. We've never had an interaction with any law enforcement before. So I contacted my attorney. It was like, I just don't know what to do. So it's like, just revoke your right. And I called Officer Fogel and it was like, listen, my wife is having contractions. I don't know what to do. I just would like to invoke my right and, go from there. So I said, I understand. Everything's good. I'll catch up with you later. I said, okay. I believe about a month later or so, calls me. He's like, hey, I have some citations for you. So I met him at the house, took the citations, and went from there. I did take the hunter education class about a month ago or so. One thing that kept catching my attention is that the course says that there's so many hunters in the state of Arizona, and there's a lot of honest accidents and mistakes happens, and it's just to call game and fish. I did call game and fish. I tried to do everything by the book. I tried to do everything I can in an honest way, and it's just unfortunate there was nobody there able to help. All what I'm asking for, or what I'm hoping for today, is just leniency on revoking my hunting license. As I stated, we have 3 boys now. 2 of them are 9 and 10 years old. And it's interesting raising boys. I just try to get them out of the house as much as I can. Don't want them to be on screens. And I think it's just a great way to get them into hunting, to just raise good men. That's all I have.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Alsage? Okay. Thank you. You can have a seat, and we'll hear from Officer Fogel.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, good morning.
Good morning.
Would you like me to answer any questions, recap the case, or address any of the questions or statements brought up by Mr. Alsay?
So we might get to a summary, but maybe if you can do that. But I was concerned by a couple of comments that he made. If you could address from your perspective some of the things he said.
Yeah, so as Mr. Alsay said, he did invoke his rights. So this is the first that I'm hearing that he had called game and fish. So the entire time that we were investigating the case, the night that we got the call, we were speaking with the RP. And the RP made a couple statements that Mr. Alsay asked not to disclose his license plate because he was worried about losing hunting privileges in the future. So if that's the case, I'm not sure how he would have called the department and reported it. But again, I didn't check any of those call records or anything like that because I wasn't made aware of this because he did invoke his rights.
Right, right. So just generally, how did the interaction go? Maybe you can add, especially the deer that ended up on the private property. If you could talk a little bit more about that.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. So, I mean, the interactions with Mr. Alsay were respectful, and there was nothing out of the ordinary there. We didn't talk much, again, because he invoked his rights. But what the investigation showed is the deer it died, I forget what my report, but less than 20 yards from a residence. And I backtracked the blood, and that's how I found the bolt. The bolt was lodged into a stump. It was lodged in fairly deep, to the point where when I seized it for evidence, I had to use like a sawzall to cut it out of that stump, because I didn't want to put this large stump in our evidence. And when I did track the blood, it's mentioned in my report, the deer does backtrack a little bit. So it doesn't show that the deer went anywhere near past a quarter mile. And based on the trajectory of the arrow, the way it landed into that stump, I estimated that the hunter was, and again, the angle of it through brush, I estimated that it was approximately a 42 yards where the subject was standing when they shot. And I did also mention in my report, a crossbow, maybe a max distance of effective range is somewhere around 100 yards to harvest a deer. So if we were to add that 100 yards, that would put Mr. I'll say potentially, if he did have a shot, maybe 150 yards from the houses, that would have been across the road and that angle and that trajectory. So all the evidence pointed to the deer being shot well within a quarter mile of a residence. Where it died was obvious. And then after gathering the deer's evidence, I went ahead and did a necropsy on it. It did have in one lung a very clear triangular shape from the broadhead that did match with the broadhead we recovered in the stump. So the deer was shot in the lung. I only noticed one shot through the lung, likely again indicating a fairly quick kill. I don't know that the deer would have survived 30 minutes with a hole right through the middle of one lung.
Okay. Any questions for Officer Fogel? Jessica Manuel.
Commissioner or Chairman Guggenhauer, thank you. The report states that, or the reporting party asked for permission to retrieve the deer, that the homeowner gave the reporting party permission to go, but not, Mr. Alsay, but in the report, it states that he did walk up to the deer with the reporting party, but he just told us that he didn't know the deer was dead. So where are we on that?
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Manuel, there was a little bit of conflicting information on that part as far as the RP states that he recalls Mr. Alsay following behind. The RP asked the homeowner if this hunter, Mr. Alsay, could recover this deer. The homeowner said no, which would also indicate they wouldn't want him on their property. But according to the RP, and again, this is what the RP statements were, that Mr. Alsay followed him when he went to go look for the deer. Mr. Alsay did mention, and this is the first time I'm hearing this as well, that when he did go up to the deer and that it got up and then ran off. And so he backed out and was waiting for the deer to expire. So according to his statements, it sounds like he did approach the deer and go onto the property.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions for the officer? I do have one. Were you able to attend the judicial hearing as he was represented by Mr. Green?
Mr. Chairman, no, I didn't. I believe everything was done behind the scenes. So in this case, there were 2 court jurisdictions. And so essentially it was a global plea that was agreed. The Yavapai County charges were dropped once the Flagstaff court charges were accepted to. And again, I believe all that was done behind the scenes. There was no no official court date, at least none that I went to.
Okay. Thank you, officer. Good work.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? If not, we'll entertain a motion.
I have a motion.
Commissioner Sue.
I move that the license and/or license privileges of Ahmad Alsaya to hunt, fish, trap in the state of Arizona be revoked and be denied another for a period of 5 years. That the current license be suspended as of the date of this hearing, and that it be revoked as of the date the order in this case as signed by the director. That he be required to complete the hunter education course and provide proof to the department before applying for any other license to hunt in this state. That the department be directed to collect civil damages or to bring civil action against Ahmad Al-Sayah to collect the amount of $3,973.13 for the loss of one mule deer. And I further move that the director, as secretary to the commission, be directed to sign and issue a finding of fact, conclusion of law, and an order in this matter pursuant to this motion.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
A second by Commissioner Manuel. Any additional discussion? You heard that motion. All in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Officer Clausen.
Mr. Chairman, I know we've been jumping around a little bit. The next case is docket number 2026-0037, Richard Nelson Minyard of Apache Junction, Arizona. Conviction summary, charges, count A, take javelina in a closed season. Court is the Apache Junction Justice Court. The plea for count A is guilty. The court findings is that the plea was accepted. The sentence was a fine of $530. The date of conviction is April 28th, 2026. Actions to be considered: revocation of any licenses to take wildlife pursuant to ARS 17340, required completion of hunter education course pursuant to ARS 17245, civil damages of no less than $2,481.91 for the loss of one javelina pursuant to ARS 17314. Case summary. On March 13th, 2026, Officer Ken Clay responded to an OGT regarding a dead javelina. At the location, Officer Clay found a deceased javelina near a home on private property. Through several interviews, Officer Clay learned that the resident, Richard Nelson Minyard, had killed the javelina as it was feeding on a bird block on his property. Minyard admitted to killing the javelina and showed Officer Clay the .22 caliber air rifle that he shot it with. Minyard admitted to moving the carcass off his property and placing it in a trash can. Minyard was issued a citation for taking a javelina in a closed season. There are no corresponding cases. The disposition of the wildlife evidence is that the javelina is currently held in evidence, and there were 7 hours spent on the case. Both the case officer and Mr. Minyard are present.
Thank you, Regional Supervisor Claus. Any questions for the officer?
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Minyard?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, sir. If you could
Good
just
morning.
state your name for the record, please.
Richard Nelson Minyard.
Yes, sir.
Well, that night we were watching our television, had the windows open. My wife likes to watch the birds during the day, so we put a bird block out in the front yard. And not knowing that the pigs / and the bears like them. And my wife, she heard a noise out there, and so she went and turned on the porch light. And to her horror, there was a couple of pigs out there dining on the block. And she's really afraid of the pigs. I mean, she's just really afraid of them. And she comes and says, "You got to get out here and do something about this." The red eyes, she said the red eyes were glowing. She was just terrified of these pigs. And okay, so I made the mistake of getting up, getting the air gun out. I had intentions of just popping him in the ass to get him the hell out of there. And I had the air gun turned up, and I had the scope set to look across the way during the day, just watching wildlife. And when I looked through the scope, all I could see was a big ball of hair. I went ahead and squeezed the trigger, and yeah, he jumped and run off, not knowing that he went across the road and died. And so the following morning, we get up and noticed the neighbor. He was the one that called Game and Fish. And I wish I'd have run out there and talked to him then. But then Game and Fish showed up, and he did his investigation. And he came to the door, and I admitted, yeah, there was a dead pig out there, but I didn't admit right away because he was across the way, and my wife and I went and got him, put him in the trash, knowing he was going to start stinking. And so he asked to see the pig, and I showed it to him. We took it out of the trash. And then he went on over to the neighbor's house to have some more discussion. That's when I decided I better go tell the man the truth. So I went and told him that I shot the pig. And so we went over to the house, and he came, parked his vehicle at our house, sat me on the porch. Felt like I was in prison already, thinking about what I'd done. What a mistake. I should have just turned off the porch light and said, let's go to bed. But I didn't. And so that's where we are. Financially, we just can't afford the big fine you want to put on it. We're just financially strapped really bad. I'm willing to give up my license for this. It was just a horrible, horrible mistake. My wife's been emotionally distraught for this last week over this, and I just begging for the mercy. Game and Fish.
Thank you, Mr. Vineyard. Any questions for Mr. Vineyard? Commissioner Kerr.
Mr. Minyard, every year the department puts out information and flyers about responsibly feeding wildlife. So bird blocks are one thing, but putting it where bears and javelina, and we spend a lot of time and effort on dealing with this. Did you ever think to call Game and Fish and say, please come deal with the javelina? And
no, I didn't. It didn't occur to me.
Did I say so? We have lived in.
Miss, please, you'd be out of line there. Go ahead, Mr. Vineyard.
Again, what was the question?
the question is, why didn't you call Game and Fish? Because, we put out information on, and for people listening at home, putting food out where wildlife can get to
I
it
never
is
thought
not only
to, I never
illegal,
thought
but
to call them to see if it was okay to do that. I really didn't. It just didn't occur to me.
all right, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Vineyard? No. Okay, thank you. You can have a seat, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I misspoke. The officer is not present in
Right.
this case. You caught my
probably
mistake.
off fishing somewhere.
Hopefully.
On there. But, okay, so I think we probably have what we need. The chair will entertain a motion. Commissioner Kerr.
All right. I move that the license and/or license privileges of Richard Minyard to hunt, fish, trap in the state of Arizona be revoked, and he be denied another for a period of 4 years. That the current license be suspended as of the date of this hearing, and that he be revoked as of the date the order in this case is signed by the director. That he be required to complete a hunter education course and provide proof to the department before applying for any other license to hunt in the state. That the department be directed to collect civil damages or to bring civil action against Richard Minyard to collect the amount of $2,481.91 for the loss of one javelina. And I further move that the director, as secretary to the commission, be directed to sign and issue a finding of fact, conclusion of law, and an order in this matter pursuant to the motion.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
A second by Commissioner Sue. Any additional discussion? All in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. I would just like to add one note from Mr. Menu that the civil assessment is not an arbitrary number. These are numbers that are listed in law, and the commission has very little flexibility to be able to change the amount of civil assessments in there. So we're simply just following the regulations that are in place. Thank you. Officer Claus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commission. The next case is docket number 2026-00-20, Matthew Swallow of Kyle, Texas. Conviction summary, count A, take bull elk without a valid permit. Count B, take bull elk without a valid license. Count C, possess and transport unlawfully taken wildlife, which is the bull elk. The court is the Flagstaff Justice Court. The plea for count A, B, and C is guilty, and the court findings for count A, B, and C is guilty. The sentence was a fine of $858. The date of conviction was January 15th, 2026. Actions to be considered: revocation of any licenses to take wildlife pursuant to ARS 17340, required completion of hunter education course pursuant to ARS 17245, civil damages of no less than $9,983.94 for the loss of one elk pursuant to ARS 17314. Case summary: on December 4th, 2024, Arizona Game and Fish Department Officer Barry Austin was interviewing Mark Swallow regarding a separate ongoing investigation into unlawful guiding activities and the unlawful taking of multiple elk. During the interview, Officer Austin presented Mark Swallow with a picture of an individual posing with a shoulder-mounted 6x6 bull elk. Officer Austin asked Mark Swallow who was in the picture and where the elk was killed. Mark Swallow admitted the elk was killed by his brother, Matthew Swallow, who lived in Texas, and his brother had killed the elk in Game Management Unit 3C. Mark Swallow also admitted to being present with Matthew Swallow when his brother killed the elk. Officer Austin seized Mark Swallow's cell phone for evidence. Officer Austin and investigator Justin Espino determined through analysis of cell phone data and storage media extracted from Mark Swallow's cell phone that Matthew Swallow had shot the bull elk on September 17, 2021 in GMU 3C, an area where he did not have a valid permit and that he did not have a valid hunting license at the time. Records also revealed that Matthew Swallow had never purchased a license or tag from the Arizona Game and Fish Department. Officer Austin confirmed Matthew Swallow was being assisted on his hunt by his two brothers, Mark Swallow and Kyle Swallow. On April 30th, 2025, investigator Espino and Game and Fish Lieutenant Sean Wagner located the kill site and elk remains in GMU 3C using location data and photograph comparison. On July 29th, 2025, Officer Austin, with the assistance of Texas Park and Wildlife officers, contacted Matthew Swallow at his residence in Kyle, Texas. Matthew Swallow confirmed he had the shoulder-mounted elk in his possession. The elk was seized by Texas Park and Wildlife officers and transferred into evidentiary custody of the Arizona Game and Fish Department. Corresponding cases include Kyle Swallow and Mark Swallow. The disposition of the wildlife evidence is that the elk shoulder mount is in evidence in Texas and will be transferred to Arizona Game and Fish Department wildlife assets. There's been 80 hours spent on this case, and the case officer is present. However, Mr. Swallow is not, and he did provide a letter for your consideration.
Okay, you want to go ahead and read that letter to us, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Thank you for your time and consideration today, and further for Officer Elm's willingness to read it in my absence. First, regarding the license revocation, as I had mentioned to Officer Elms, I have no intention of pleading my case against it and whatever is decided today by you. I will consider fair, just, and earned consequences. On the civil side, my only hope is that if restitution is required and fines are issued, that they are not the maximum. I have struggled with how to word this or what to even say because at the end of the day, they are excuses, and I will not make excuses for my lapse in character and the end result. I imagine you hear it daily, but I wish I could undo what happened, have made better decisions, and not have put myself in this position. For my part, all I can say is that it was not a premeditated or planned hunt. They say that remorse rears its head only when you get caught in your wrongdoing, and it is hard to argue against that, but those mistakes have left a sour taste in my mouth for a long time, and I'm looking forward to putting this fully behind me. To that end, I am making monthly payments on the fines I received from the Arizona Game and Fish, and bit by bit trying to make right my wrongdoing. I look forward to hearing your decision. Thank you for your time, Matt Swallow.
Okay, and then just to be explicit, typically correspondence like that is in our package. This is not, because this was received just recently by the department.
Correct, Mr. Chair and Commission. We received this last night.
Last night it came in. Okay, so thank you for reading that into the record then.
Thank you.
Any additional questions for the officer? If not, we'll hear from Officer Austin.
Yes.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I'm Barry Austin, the the wildlife manager for 3A, 3C Region 1.
Okay. I don't know if you want to give a brief overview, a high-level overview maybe of what you saw.
Chairman Guggenau, sure. Members of the commission, just a brief overview of this. Matthew Swallow met with his two brothers, Mark and Kyle, down in the valley, and they made the decision they were going to come up into the White Mountains, specifically Game Management Unit 3C, and kill elk. Matthew did not have a valid elk permit, nor did he have a valid hunting license. Kyle, the other brother, he did not have a valid elk permit either. Obviously, they killed an elk. I thought maybe we'd have a picture of it here, but it's a rather large 6x6 bull elk.
I think that was part of the package.
Okay. And it was transferred back. They took it back down to the valley. We have pictures of it at the valley, and then it ultimately ended up in Texas where Matthew lives. And with the assistance of Texas Parks and Wildlife officers, we interviewed, well, we didn't interview him. We met him at his residence, and he confirmed that the shoulder-mounted elk was at his residence, so we seized it.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Any questions for the officer? If not, do we have a motion?
Do I have a motion?
A motion, Commissioner Manuel.
I move that the license under license privileges of Matthew Swallow to hunt, fish, and trap in the state of Arizona be revoked and he be denied another for a period of 5 years. That the current license be suspended as of the date of this hearing and that it be revoked as of the date the order in this case is signed by the director. That he be required to complete the hunter education course and provide proof to the department before applying for any other license to hunt in this state. That the department be directed to collect civil damages or to bring civil action against Matthew Swallow to collect the amount of $9,983.94 for the loss of one elk. And I further move that the director, as secretary to the commission, be directed to sign and issue a finding of fact, conclusion of law, and an order in this matter pursuant to this motion.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Kerr. Any additional discussion? All in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Officer Claus.
Thank you. The next case is docket number 2026-0022, Jesse James Chapin of Riverside, California. Conviction summary, charges for citation B61371, count A, obtained 2022 license by fraud, count B, obtained 2022 migratory bird stamp by fraud. For citation B61373, count A, obtained 2023 license by fraud, count B, obtained 2023 migratory bird stamp by fraud. Citation B61374, count A, obtained 2024 license by fraud, count B, obtained 2024 migratory bird stamp by fraud. Citation B61376, count A, fraudulently apply for tag in 2024, and citation B61377, count A, fraudulently apply for tag in 2023. The court is the North Valley Justice Court. The plea for citation B61374, count A is guilty. All other counts dismissed per the plea agreement. Court findings is that the plea agreement was accepted. The sentence is a fine of $350. The date of conviction was February 17th, 2026. Actions to be considered are revocation of any licenses to take wildlife pursuant to ARS 17340, required completion of hunter education course pursuant to ARS 17245. The case summary. On September 1st, 2024, Officer Tallarico was patrolling the dove hunt in La Paz County and contacted Jesse James Chapin before he began hunting. Chapin handed Officer Tallarico a paper copy of his resident hunting license and an Arizona identification card. While his wallet was open, Officer Tallarico observed a California driver's license. Officer Tallarico asked to see his license and Chapin complied. Department records show that Chapin obtained resident Arizona hunting licenses and migratory bird stamps. Chapin had also applied for big game hunt tags as an Arizona resident. Officer Tallarico also learned that Chapin was claiming resident hunt benefits in the state of California at the same time. On August 23rd, 2025, California game wardens met Chapin at his residence to conduct an interview and serve him citations. During the interview, Chapin provided information to the interviewing officer that confirmed he was a resident of California, not Arizona. There are no corresponding cases, and the time spent on this case is 23 hours. Mr. Chapin is not present, but he did provide a letter for the commission's review, and our case officer is present.
Yes, thank you. So we did receive the letter. The commission was just handed this letter just before the hearing started. So we're going to pause for a minute or two and let the commission read this letter, make sure we all understand it. Okay, thank you. Any additional questions on this? If not, we'll hear from the officer. Good morning.
Oh, there we go.
We got you now.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, good morning. I'm Officer Elise Talrigo. I am currently the wildlife manager for 23 South. At the time of this investigation, I was the wildlife manager for 44B. As the summary states, I was patrolling the dove opener in La Paz County at Buckaloo Ranch. I encountered a group of hunters who were about to head out for their dove hunt, and I was asking everyone for their licenses. There were some trucks parked with California license plates. So when I saw a resident license, I was asking them to confirm their residency. I contacted Mr. Chapin. I asked if he had any identification on him. He opened his wallet, provided me with an Arizona ID card, and while his wallet was open, I saw that he had a California driver's license. I asked if I could also see that. He complied and showed me both. I wished him well on his dove hunt and then went home that night and proceeded to investigate his residency. During that investigation, I collected information from California Fish and Wildlife. I collected property tax records from Paz County and found no evidence that he was a Arizona resident. Therefore, I requested that California Fish and Wildlife send an officer to investigate or to do a field interview. He confirmed that he both worked and lived in Riverside County, thus serving him his citations for fraud.
Very well. A very good report, by the way, too. Any additional questions for the officer?
Yes, please.
Commissioner Sue.
Thank you, Chair. Great observation. Wow, you talk about eagle eye. That is fantastic. Number one, seeing the California license plates and then seeing his California license in there. Great, great work. And I just think that's so important for everyone to know that you guys are sophisticated, you're very well trained, and you really do your job well. So thank you so much for that, and keep up the fantastic work. Thank you.
Chairman, Commissioner, thank you very much. It's a lot of training that went into me. So all the other officers ahead of me, they provided fantastic training, and that's what I have to credit it to.
Thank you.
Any other comments? If not, we'll entertain a motion. Commissioner Kerr.
I move that the license and/or license privileges of Jesse Chapin to hunt, fish, trap in the state of Arizona be revoked and that he be denied another for a period of 5 years. That the current license be suspended as of the date of this hearing and that it be revoked as of the date the order in this case is signed by the director. That he be required to complete a hunter education course and that he provide proof to the department before applying for any other license to hunt in this state. And I further move that the director, as secretary to the commission, be directed to sign and issue a finding of fact, conclusion of law, and an order in this matter pursuant to the motion.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second? A second by Commissioner Emanuel. Any additional discussion? All in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you.
The next case, docket number 2026-0024, Dustin Michael Berg of Temecula, California. Conviction summary charges. Count A, apply for tag by fraud. Count B, obtain license by fraud. Count C, obtain stamp by fraud. Count D, obtain stamp by fraud. Count E, obtain license by fraud. Count F, obtain migratory bird stamp by fraud. Count G, obtain tag by fraud. The court is the North Valley Justice Court. The plea for count A is guilty. All other counts dismissed per plea agreement. The court findings is that the plea agreement was accepted and the sentence was a fine of $250. The date of conviction is February 20th, 2026. Actions to be considered: revocation of any licenses to take wildlife pursuant to ARS 17340, required completion of hunter education course pursuant to ARS 17245. Case summary. On July
Officer,
9th.
if I could interject, since they're not in attendance, I think we can skip the summary if it's okay with the commission. But we could hear from the officer maybe.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman, members of the commission, good morning again.
Welcome back.
On July 9th, I was forwarded information by Investigator White. She had been reviewing the alpha roster for the upcoming deer hunt, saw that one of the hunters who was registered as a resident hunter had his mailing address as a Temecula address. She forwarded me this information, asked if I would look into it and just verify. I looked into it further, contacted California Fish and Wildlife, saw that he had extensive history with them as a resident, claiming resident benefits. I looked up property taxes for his property in Arizona and California. I looked at his information for Arizona Department of Revenue for paying Arizona taxes. All reflected that he was not a Arizona resident. So he was drafted originally 13 citations for fraud. California Fish and Wildlife was contacted. They conducted a field interview and served him those citations.
Very well. Any questions for the officer? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, everyone.
We will entertain a motion. Commissioner Kerr.
I move that the license and/or license privileges of Dustin Berg to hunt, fish, or trap in the state of Arizona be revoked and that he be denied another for a period of 5 years. That the current license be suspended as of the date of this hearing and that he be revoked as of the date the order in this case is signed by the director. That he be required to complete a hunter education course and provide proof to the department before applying for any other license to hunt in this state. And I further move that the director as secretary to the commission be directed to sign and issue a finding of fact, conclusion of law, and an order in this matter pursuant to this motion.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Commissioner Sue. Any additional discussion? All in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Officer Cloud.
Lastly, docket number 2026-0029, Brett Anthony Daniels of Rimrock, Arizona. Conviction summary charges: count A, take mule deer without a tag. Count B, take mule deer in closed season. Count C, take mule deer in closed season. The court is the Verde Valley Justice Court. The plea for count A is guilty and counts B and C were dismissed per the plea agreement. The court findings is that the plea agreement was accepted. The sentence is a fine of $250. The date of conviction is May 7th, 2026. The actions to be considered are the revocation of any licenses to take wildlife pursuant to ARS 17340, required completion of hunter education course pursuant to ARS 17245, and civil damages of no less than $3,973.13 for the loss of one mule deer buck pursuant to ARS 17314. Mr. Daniels is not present or president, but the case officer is. Would you like me to continue with the case summary?
I think we can forego the summary, but we'll hear from the officer.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, thank you. What kind of summary would you like?
Is there anything, we read the report, is there anything that was outstanding or anything you'd like to share with the commission?
I'll just say this, Mr. Daniels had been busted by us and revoked in the past on a turkey decoy that I was a member of. That was fun. He was found to have unlawfully killed a deer in 2025, when I contacted him, he was trying to unlawfully kill another deer in 2026. He's not the best guy when it comes to game and fish laws and rules. So.
So what you're saying is that this is his second violation and he would be eligible for up to 10 years of revocation.
Mr. Chair, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions for the officer? Okay, thank you, sir. We'll entertain a motion.
I'll read.
Go ahead.
Commissioner Kerr.
I move that the license and/or license privileges of Brett Daniels to hunt, fish, trap in the state of Arizona be revoked and that he be denied another for a period of 10 years. That the current license be suspended as of the date of this hearing and that it be revoked as of the date of the order in this case is signed by the director. That he be required to complete a hunter education course and provide proof to the department before applying for any other license to hunt in this state. That the department be directed to collect civil damages or to bring civil action against Brett Daniels to collect the amount of $3,973.13 for the loss of one mule deer. And I further move that the director as secretary to the commission be directed to sign and issue a finding of fact, conclusion of law, and an order in this matter pursuant to the motion.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? A second by Commissioner Manuel. Any additional discussion? If not, all in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Excellent job, Regional Supervisor Klaus. Not the way you wanted to spend your birthday, but on behalf of all of us, happy birthday and thank you
Happy
for a great job.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners. I appreciate it.
Mr. Director,
Thank you, Daniel.
we're going to take a short break. Do you want to come back and continue with actions, or do you want to just go to executive session?
I believe we've got, Mr. Chair, I believe we've got about 23 minutes. We could put something in there depending on if you want that 23-minute break prior. We need about an hour for executive session. So.
Okay, so let's take a 10-minute break and we'll come back at 20 minutes to 12. How will that be?
Perfect.
Thank you. Mr. Director.
Mr. Chairman, that brings us to item 6, which is Game Data Management System, GDMS, and Harvest Tracking Systems Update. Presenter is Grady Vanderlyn, Game Data Manager. Hi, Grady.
Good morning, everyone. All right. Good morning, Chairman Guggenauer, members of the commission. My name is Grady Vanderlyn, and I'm the department's Game Data Manager. And today I'll be providing a briefing on some of the updates we've made recently within our Game Data Management System, or GDMS, as well as our Harvest Tracking System. Next slide, please. So just a quick overview of what our GDMS system is. The department utilizes the Game Data Management System to help us wrangle and manage all things data that relate to big game species in Arizona. Currently, it intakes all sorts of data such as our wildlife survey observations, hunter questionnaires, physical harvest check-ins, physical tooth age data that we collect from our hunters, and it uses all these pieces of data to help us develop and manage hunt recommendations year after year. And this is a fully custom software that was developed internally by department staff and is constantly growing and evolving. It's also how we generate some of our public reports for our customers, like our survey, harvest, and tooth aging result summaries that we post publicly at the end of each of our hunting seasons. GDMS also integrates internally with other branches of our department, such as our eTag app, the draw process, as well as our hunt booklets. Next slide, please. And so all these inflows and outflows of data within our GDMS system, they all contribute and help us create the hunt recommendation process That is kind of the main purpose of this system, is to act as a single hub where our wildlife managers, regional biologists, and other staff can see what is going on in each of the individual units, as well as the regions, as well as a statewide perspective, using all of this data to help us make informed and science-driven decisions to manage these wildlife species. Next slide, please. So as we develop the system further and further, we're constantly evolving and growing. Currently, we're working on new species modules for each of our big game species within GDMS, and they'll represent different data in the most clearest and understandable way possible. So our slides up here are an example of kind of trying to hone in on, instead of just having data tables, what does this data actually mean and how does it look? Another new aspect we just implemented is the population management hunt forms. So wherever wildlife managers need to initiate the need for a population management hunt, this functionality is now in GDMS, where they can initiate the hunt process and it gets circulated through all parts of our chain of command in order to make it happen. Our goal is to keep growing and refining this GDMS system to make it easier to use and more effective in implementing our management across the state. Next slide, please. So with that goal of growing and evolving in mind, one new aspect of GDMS that we've been working on in the last few months is the implementation of a better harvest reporting and tracking system. And this is for our three main species that are mandatory reporting species. So it's OTC archery deer, black bear, and mountain lion. And we offer these as non-permitted hunt opportunities where no draw is needed to pick up a tag. You can just head to one of our offices or third-party vendors. And the crucial aspect of how we manage these species is we manage based off harvest limits. So we rely on our hunters to, during the legal open seasons, if they make a harvest, they report it back to us. And we implement a 48-hour mandatory reporting requirement for all of our hunters. That way we know where these harvest limits are at, and we know when they need to close and when we're approaching a closure for some of these units. Next slide, please. So with this harvest limit system for these species, it is up to our hunters to know what units are still open, what the legal wildlife definitions are, what the harvest limits are for these units, and what the status for each of these seasons are. Originally, we implemented tracking for black bear and mountain lion about 7 years ago, and for OTC deer 4 years ago. And before this slide up here, this is our most previous iteration, but before this online, the only way hunters could call in was just through a physical phone line. And it was really dependent on them getting a hold of staff and staff being able to respond and answer questions. And as you can imagine, there's more than just one hunter and all trying to call in at once. This system just wasn't truly working in the way we needed it to, and it wasn't quite a sustainable system or process. So flash forward now to this screenshot here. This is the previous version of our harvest tracking system, and this is a Google Sheet embedded on our webpage. And for what we needed and for the resources we had, this system worked very well. My predecessors built this system totally from the ground up, and they did a great job in establishing that one central point where hunters could go to check any relevant information they needed for hunting these species. And we knew as kind of time goes on, just as we evolved away from our call center operations to this previous system, we knew that we could incorporate some feedback we got on this system and evolve into our next harvest tracker. So with this screenshot kind of in mind, burn it into your brain here. Next slide, please. So this is our unveiling of the totally new harvest tracking system. And this last year, we had an opportunity come up where we could partner with an outside software development vendor. And this is one we've used in the past on projects, and we know the quality of the work they do. And we've got to work with them at every step of the way to totally redesign this system. It has all of the same functionality with some increased capabilities, but we wanted to package it in a way that was much more user-friendly and much more, we'll get to it, but mobile-friendly. And this was not just a product of the software vendor, but we also worked very closely with our marketing team, our IT department, and many of our own hunters within the department to just give us some feedback before we went live with this. And everyone at every step of the way did a great job with our marketing, making sure that this matches the brand standards across our website and other applications that we have, and making sure with our IT that we're modernizing the infrastructure of how this data kind of comes in on the back end to make people like me who work with this data it much easier and more efficient. And it's just a lot easier for our customers and staff to use. And as we've been sitting here, I just got an update from our marketing team that if you guys have the news releases, we just sent out a news blast on all of our platforms, kind of advertising this new system. And I think they did a great job on how they're marketing this for us. Now, this is the homepage for the new tracker, and this is where you can see on the left there which species you're interested in knowing the tracking for, as well as the resources and about pages that we have on the bottom left there, and even a link to reporting your harvest. So say you don't need to see the tracker anymore, but you have this bookmarked and you just want to make sure you got that report in. All of this is, the goal is to streamline it into one central resource that our customers at every step of this process can use. Next slide, please. So just walking through some of these tabs for you guys to see. If we selected that very top archery deer button, you can see it goes green. It's very clear and concise on which tab you're on. And here is where you can scroll through each of the units that are offered for these hunts. You can see the status of the seasons and the harvest limits, as well as upcoming seasons. One special note for each of these species, we have some filters that span all of them in this app, but some unique ones as well. So if you look in the very center where it says 2026 deer OTC archery harvest limits, right below that you can see that there's a status filter, and that's where hunters can go to see, hey, I don't want to see all the closed units right now, I just want to see what's open, or I could see what's currently open but closing soon. But the unique filter we have for deer is the species. So say you're a whitetail fanatic and you only want to go and hunt whitetail, you can filter and just see which opportunities we have for hunting OTC whitetail. We also have the same for mule deer, or in this screenshot here, we're selected on that first unit 5A, 5B. It's an example of an any antler deer hunt. And next slide, please. Kind of continuing along with our black bear slides here, we offer a spring bear tracking sheet, a fall bear tracking sheet, as well as an annual black bear tracking sheet. And one special thing to note for our fall season, we offer both archery specific hunts as well as general rifle hunts. And that's kind of our special filter we have for here, where up at the top there, you can see it's highlighted green that we're on our general rifle tags. And all the opportunities available for that are in this list. And if you just tabbed over and clicked on the archery only, same thing. It'll show you what opportunities we offer for archery black bear. Next slide, please. And it's very similar for our mountain lion system. We have those same status filters for units. One special thing to note for mountain lion, instead of managing just by individual units like some of our other species, we manage in zones, which are groupings of units. And something unique just for this year, it's happened in the past, but there's certain triggers within our guidelines where in every normal season, there's just a general limit for the number of lions that can be harvested. But for this upcoming season, we implemented a female harvest limit in zones L and N, excuse me. And you can kind of see that reflected up there, where if you look at the top, zone K just shows a 24 left banner, and that's 24 general harvest of lions remaining. Versus zone L, you can see it's kind of one or the other. There's one female harvest remaining versus 3 general harvest remaining. And that's something I just wanted to point out for this upcoming season, because that's new for this season. And next slide, please. And so the most passionate and vocal feedback we've received since day one with the previous system is that it's really tough to use on a mobile device. And mobile devices aren't going away anytime soon. So one of the biggest focuses we had coming into this new system is that it's got to be mobile friendly. Almost all of our hunters use it for checking harvests or checking our trackers. These screenshots here kind of represent different size screens. So this new system works on iPhones, Androids, any Google devices, iPads, tablets, and I bet it even works on your smart fridge. I haven't tested it yet. Maybe that can be an action item for later. But we tested very thoroughly on what can use this and how it represents very clearly for our customers. So next slide, please. And so just continuing kind of walking through, say we wanted to report our harvest through the app. Once you click on that button that says report a harvest from that main screen of the tracker, it takes our customers back to this main hub that we have for harvest reporting. And it's just as simple as clicking on the species that you're interested in reporting and following through to our web form we use. That's a Survey 123 form. That's just the brand of the web form we use. There's nothing new that's changed. All of the tracking system itself is that what's new here, but all of these ways of reporting have not changed. They're still online only reporting. This is the same link. So if hunters have this bookmarked year after year, nothing's going to change for them. It's still all there in the same way as it is before. And one other thing to note is that customers who use eTag, that was another big development we made, is anyone who's reporting through eTag, that counts as a report where they don't need to go through this process as well. But previously, eTag reports didn't flow through that tracking system as easily, but now it's all integrated in the same way. So I can see eTag reports just as well as these online web forms. Next page. And so one final part of this new tracking system that I'm actually really proud of and a lot of work went into is our resources tab. So we put a lot of thought into this truly being our one-stop shop for our hunters that are trying to hunt OTC deer, bear, or lion. And the goal of this page is hunters of all skill levels should be able to reference this. So as simple as that link on the top to how do you even report a harvest in the first place, to which species are these even relating to and how to identify them, links to our regulations and our licensing, what you need to hunt, and that where to hunt in the middle there is my favorite. I refer a lot of hunters and customers to that of all skill levels. That's a really in-depth resource that our wildlife officers do every year or every couple years, where in their particular units, they kind of give a guide to what hunting opportunities are, what species are in their units, and kind of tips and tricks for people of all skill levels on how to successfully harvest. And so one other byproduct of not indirectly or indirectly from this process of this tracking system is that previously we had a lot of different links throughout our website internally where it was all directing to the same web page, but for some reason we had like azgfd.com/reporting, azgfd.com/tracking, all these different variations that led to the same page. And one thing we really focused on is streamlining it all to the same one page now. And this is where you can find that new tracker. You can find how to report, links to all these things here. And that's just very simple now, where it's just azgfd.gov/harvest reports. And that's what our news release today kind of highlights for us. And so with that, last slide, please. Bless you. So before any questions, I just need to thank everyone who had a hand at this kind of every step of the way. Like, this truly was a collaborative effort with our marketing teams, our IT department, staff, and honestly, our customers, whose feedback led to us realizing that this was something we can improve on. And none of this could have happened without everyone's help, and kind of it takes a village to make this new system. And I'm very proud and happy and excited to see where it continues to grow and what improvements we can get as we get new feedback from customers on this system itself. So with that, are there any questions I can do?
Thank you. Thank you, Grady. Appreciate the great improvement and the great presentation for it. Commissioner Manuel.
Thank you, Chairman Guggenhauer. Grady, again, thank you. And thank you to the entire team. As someone who has the Google Sheet already burned in my eyeballs,
Yes.
so appreciative. And not only from a standpoint of that I've had to use that sheet personally, but it's been a tool in hunter ed classes when we teach, like explaining this to parents and kids. And so, and as some of you know, I can't help myself on social media either. So this where to hunt and all of this stuff, I'm so glad there's just a single link I can just repeat to everybody now. So it's awesome. I've already been on the harvest tracker today because I knew I saved it to my home screen as soon as you gave me the address the other day and was like, this is awesome. So thank you.
Yeah, Chairman Guggenauer, Commissioner Manuel, absolutely. Thank you for your kind words. That's a good point I forgot to bring up is this is the same link as our old Google Sheet. So anyone who's had this bookmarked and uses it year after year, just they'll have a nice surprise waiting for them when they click on that and it's all rehauled and totally brand new. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Commissioner Kerr.
Grady, thanks. I know you're going to extend those thanks to your team and to everybody who had a finger in the pie. It's awesome. It looks like it's going to be really easy to use on behalf of those technically challenged people, myself included. We really appreciate it. I'm just looking at the amount of man hours that it went into it, but the man hours that it's going to save by not having to have somebody manning the phone and responding to, people reporting and checking. So this looks great. And the fact that it was internally built, wow, that's really impressive. So I'm sure we saved quite a bit of money there as well.
Let me, Commissioner Guggenauer, Commissioner Kerr, we did utilize a third-party software vendor for the tracking system itself.
Okay.
But the overall GDMS was 100% internally made. We have a developer who's poured his heart and soul into making all this work. And even after the third-party vendor, that contract ended, he's still been day after day making sure, refining this, absolutely perfecting it. And so he's one of the big thanks that I'd like to shout out for sure.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Sue.
Thank you so much, Chair. I just want to thank you so much for really listening to our constituents and to the people that say, gee, we need to look at this, we need to change that, this is hard to use. And you took all of that information and fed it into here, plus adding on top of that all of the expertise that you were just talking about. And I really want listeners and the public to know that we listen. We pay attention. I know I get text messages, emails on it. I know the rest of the commissioners do as well. And that is so very important for the public to understand that. And using your expertise on it, just fantastic. Great job, and thank you so much. And it's mobile friendly.
Yes.
So that's the biggie. That's the real biggie. Thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you, Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Grady. Mr. Director.
Mr. Chair, I suggest we move into executive session. Lunch is here and we're at the top of the hour.
And you said 1 hour?
We need 1 hour, yes.
So I'll take could we get a motion to adjourn to executive session for 1 hour?
A motion.
A motion by Commissioner Kerr, a second by Commissioner Sue. All in favor of that motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned. Mr. Director.
Mr. Chair, that brings us all the way up to item 7, consideration of proposed commission orders 5 and 8 for the 2027 hunting season. Presenter is Aaron Butler, Big Game Management Program Supervisor. Hi, Aaron.
Good afternoon, Aaron.
Good afternoon. Sorry about that. Oh my goodness. Okay, good afternoon, Chairman Guggenauer, commissioners, staff, everyone here in attendance. I love having the after lunch presentation. I'm gonna sleep through it. Okay, so we're gonna work through turkey and bison recommendations for the 2027 seasons. Next slide, Ben. So we follow a multi-tiered process for setting all of our hunting seasons. Starts with hunt guidelines, which we review every 5 years. And those guidelines tell us both the biological and the social inputs of how we're going to set seasons, what weapon types we're going to have, how much youth allocation we're going to have. Everything that we want to have for our hunt regulations. Permit numbers is all based on social input. So I'm sorry, it's after lunch. Okay. And then the recommendations go through our game data management system that you saw earlier, where all of our data lives. We bring the recommendations to you today for approval. Next slide. Who's involved in that process? Starts with the wildlife managers. So wildlife surveys, collecting data out in the field, habitat, doing their patrols. That rolls through the game specialists at the program managers. How recommendations are then reviewed by the state office biologists and up through our assistant directors and leadership, posted on the website for public comment for 14 days. And then we're here today. Next slide. So we're going to do Commission Order 5 first, which is turkey. So the 2027 spring and fall seasons. Next slide. The data that we use to make turkey recommendations is all outlined in the hunt guidelines. We use habitat scorecards, which is a series of 18 to 20 questions that asks what the current conditions are in the units and what the survey conditions are in the unit for those animals. Those are updated at a minimum every 3 years. And so each unit may not be updated every year, but every unit is updated at least every 3rd year on a rotating basis. We also collect hunter questionnaire data, which tells us what kind of hunt success we have, which is a guideline that we shoot for both spring and fall. And then we collect hunter days, which tells us a little bit about the effort that's going on, the difficulty of hunting. Beard length is a new one that we've been collecting to kind of see what kind of the Jake breakdown is in the population of the toms harvested. And then we have our regular turkey surveys where we count poults in the fall for Merriam's and gobblers in the spring for Goulds. And we collect turkey information from our elk hunters. And so every elk hunter gets the same questionnaire and it asks them what kind of groups of turkeys they're seeing. And we use that in our recommendations. Next slide. So we'll start with spring. This is our preliminary data for 2026, which we think is pretty close. It's actually, we're at 42% return rate on our turkey survey right now. So these numbers should be pretty close to final. We have a decreasing trend in harvest, a decreasing trend in hunters and hunter days, and an increasing trend in hunt success. You can see at that 37%, which is just reflected of Merriam's hunts, does not include the Gould's turkey hunts. So that's just Merriam's. That's double our 15 to 20% guideline that we use for spring turkey. Next slide. It's a summary of the turkey recommendations. You guys all should have received your certification copy in your binder. If anybody's missing that, I do have copies with me today I can hand you. If not, we'll just keep rolling. Okay, so for the limited weapon shotgun shooting shot seasons, we offered 2 seasons for Merriam's, one that opens on April 23rd and one that opens on April 30th. And that they both end May 20th. But the first season closes for the week of the second season opening. We have a recommended increase of 334 permits in units 1, 5B, 7, 9, 12A, 13B, 19A, and 23. We are recommending that all of the youth spring seasons rotate into an over-the-counter structure. This is standard in most of our units already, but the rest of our units that are A and B units, meaning we have strong turkey populations there, and we can allow this harvest to rotate into over-the-counter, we're going to do that. That makes a decrease of 350 youth permits, but those will all be over the counter, and then a youth hunter could go to any unit that is open for that season. And those units include 1, 4A, 4B, 5A, 5B, 6A, 6B, 8, 10, 12A, 23, and 27. So that opens up a great opportunity for kids to be able to move around into any open unit. We also have the youth hunt opportunity I just talked about that. The date's April 16th through the 22nd, and then it closes for the 2 openers of the regular hunt and is open again that last 2 weeks, overlapping. And then we have archery only non-permit tags. Those are all over the counter as well. In 1, 4A, 4B, 6A, 12A, and 27. This year, we're recommending to add a new season in 11M that's open for the entirety of the regular seasons. And so it would, the seasons would not overlap the regular archery season. It would be open for the whole time anyone could be out there turkey hunting. And this recommendation includes our regular Camp Navajo hunts. So overall, that's a decrease of 16 Miriam's tags. Next slide. Back on that last slide, we also have the bonus point only, which I have to mention, or we can't offer that in the draw. So I caught that. And then for Gould's hunts, these are the recommendations we're offering. It's actually a decrease of 2. So we have an overall decrease of 32 tags in Unit 31 and 2 tags in 35B, but an increase in 34B, and a recommendation for a new wilderness hunt. We introduced a Chiricahua wilderness hunt 2 or 3 years ago. That's been really successful and popular. And so we looked through the options we had for what other wilderness opportunities we could have. And although this new hunt is called the Aravaipa Galero Wilderness Hunt, it also includes the Redfield Wilderness. So it includes 3 wilderness areas, all in Units 31 and 32, and is a single limited shotgun shooting shot tag, with a note in the regulations that will let them know that if they're in the Aravaipa Canyon Wildlife Area, which is managed by the department, that area is archery only. Tom says he's getting that tag. And then our season dates are a little bit different for Gould's. We start that hunt a week later. That's based on nest initiation from the turkeys. And so the season opens April 30th, closes May 6th, reopens on the May 14th, and then closes on May 27th. The second season opens on May 7th and goes through the 27th. In areas where we feel like there's a crowding issue and we have to stratify, that third season, which is recommended in guidelines, skips week 17, which is the peak for nest initiation. We roll it earlier rather than later based on social input for gobbling going on during week 16 versus week 22. So that's the reason that that structure is a little bit different. That's approved in our 5-year guideline package. Next slide. This is what fall turkey looks like. This data is a little bit less steady. You can see that after the last 4 years of an increasing trend in hunt success, we dropped back down this year to right around 25%, which is still above the 15 to 20% guideline we manage for. Next slide. The fall turkey recommendation for 2027 would include the bonus point only option, and then the limited weapon shotgun shooting shot seasons, which is the only change there is that this year Unit 3C had a new habitat scorecard, and it dropped from a B to a C. And so those 100 tags are coming out of 150 tags coming out of the 3C hunt because it's closing, according to guidelines. But then we have 2 units that are recommending an increase, 5A and 7 in the fall tag. So it's an overall decrease of 100. Same youth-only opportunities over the counter that we've offered in the past with the longer season on 12A. Same archery over-the-counter opportunities that we offered before, August 20th through September 9th, with the addition of Unit 9 being added into that season structure. And our Camp Navajo hunts and our Hopi permits. Next slide. I have a recommendation when the department's ready. Commission's ready. Sorry.
Okay, thank you, Erin. Any questions for Commissioner Kerr?
Good afternoon, Aaron. I got a question for you on the Aravaipa hunt being archery. Aravaipa Canyon and Creek, I've hiked it before. We saw lots of turkey. You need a permit to get in there, or at least you used to. By drawing the tag, would you still need to get the permit to enter, and would that interfere with the hunt I would imagine it would if you couldn't get one, or is there any way around that, or does the tag get you access to the area to hunt?
Chairman Guggenauer, Commissioner Kerr, you do have to get that permit to be an air
Okay.
bite, but that permit comes from BLM and you have to apply. They said that shouldn't be a problem.
Okay,
We can't get past the need for that permit because you need that permit to access the canyon and our wildlife area.
mhm,
But by combining it with the Galero and the Redfield Wilderness areas, if that hunter by chance didn't get that permit, they would have 2 other wilderness areas they could go hunt in.
very good. Thank you for clarifying.
Yes, Commissioner Manuel.
Comment, not a question. I had questions when these came out, and I wanted to thank you, Aaron, for deep diving into the data management system and our guidelines and everything. And thank you to Larry Phoenix for some on-the-ground insight to things to feel really comfortable with this today. So I appreciate time and effort.
Thank you. I did have one error. Maybe you could talk a little bit more. We received some emails and letters, people concerned about the youth hunts going away, and in reality, they're not. Could you summarize that again for people listening, worried about losing youth opportunities?
Chairman Guggenheim, yes. When we first posted the recommendations online, it looked like all of our spring turkey seasons were going away for youth. But if you turned the page, you could see that they were all in the non-permit tag season. And so Grady actually updated the screen on that page so that it read, there was big bold letters that said, these hunts aren't going away, they're becoming unlimited over the counter, which caused the second wave of comments that we got about youth opportunity. But the hunts, it's this, all of the hunts that we had before in one fashion or another for spring youth are all being offered in the over-the-counter tag, except for 3C. That's got removed from the list.
Right, right. And kudos for including the public comments in our packages. For our listening audiences, we want you to know that the commission reads your inputs. We get those as part of this normal process. And so thank you for making sure they get forwarded to the commission. With that, I think we're ready for your recommendation.
Okay, the department recommends the commission vote to approve Commission Order 5 turkey for the 2027 spring and fall seasons as presented.
We have a motion by Commissioner Sue, a second by Commissioner Manuel. Any additional discussion? All in favor of that motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Thanks, Aaron.
Thank you. Next slide.
Yep.
Okay, now we'll run through Commissioner 8, which is bison for the 2027 spring and fall seasons. Next slide. Our management goals for bison are distinct based on the 3 areas that we have and outlined in our bison management plan. And we'll run through those as we run through the different recommendations. Next slide. So we have our Raymond Wildlife Area herd. The population objective here is to keep that between 90 and 100 bison. We manage this bison herd with the long-term conservation plan in place with the wind cave lineage of bison. The current herd size, I had a text that said it was 127. Larry said 126 earlier, so it's somewhere between 125 and 127. We're somewhere between 33 and 35 new calves this year, which we do not have sexes on yet because we haven't run them through the process. In October, we did receive the bison that Larry mentioned earlier. We got 15 bison from Wind Cave into this population. In order to maintain them at that 90 to 100 bison, we're recommending increases in the permits here. In order to have more permits but not extend the season dates, we're recommending an overlap in the yearling and cow hunts. And so what we're recommending for the spring is our 2 5-day bison seasons, bull bison seasons, 2 designated cow 5-day seasons, and 3 designated yearling 5-day seasons. And that yearling, the cow hunts and the yearling hunts will overlap. And then the yearling hunt will be on its own. The bull hunt won't overlap the other 2. It will be by itself. And then the same thing in the fall, where we have 1 designated bull hunt, 4 designated cow hunts, and 4 designated yearling hunts. And those 4 hunts would overlap. So that's an overall increase of, I didn't write it down here. I think it's 12 tags. It's in the summary slide. Next slide. On our House Rock Wildlife Area herd, we have a management objective of 30, which may increase as we build the new pastures. However, the habitat up there, we're also going to take into consideration whether or not the habitat kind of can support that kind of population, what number that's going to look like moving forward. This herd is a mix of genetics from the Kaibab and from American Prairie. And we are unclear when or if we'll ever get more American Prairie bison for this herd. So moving forward, to maintain this herd at a manageable level within the habitat, we're recommending to close the cow and yearling seasons. We're recommending to keep the bull seasons as we have an oversupply of bulls, but if we have 1 spring tag this year and 1 fall tag, we can manage our yearling calves into the future and continue to always have bull seasons here. So that's the thought process that went in that recommendation. Next slide. On the Kaibab Plateau, we have less information than we normally have on the Kaibab herd this year because of the Dragon Bravo fire. But we do believe, and so does the Forest Service, that we're over the 300 animal objective there. So our spring recommendation is to stay the same and have the same 40 bull permits that we've offered in the past, but to increase tags in the fall. So we have a 3 permit increase in the cow season, and then a 10 permit increase in the limited opportunity season. That's 3 different seasons, so 2 of them would have an increase, and they'd all be equal numbers. Next slide. So as a summary, for the 2027 spring and fall seasons, we'd have a bonus point only option in both draws. In the spring, we're recommending a 7 permit overall increase. In the fall, we're recommending a 2 permit overall increase for general and a 10 permit increase for general limited opportunity for an overall increase of 19 bison tags. Next slide. I have a recommendation when the commission's ready.
Thank you. Any questions for Aaron? So I do have one. Aaron, we talked on the phone this week a little bit about we're increasing some of these tags. We're talking about overlapped hunts. Could you talk a little bit about how we make sure that we don't interfere with hunters that are out there, that everybody's kind of in their own area and we're not having an issue with so many people in an area?
Chairman Guggenauer, I can try, but if Rob is still here, he would be much better to answer that question for us.
Works for me. Thanks, Rob.
Hello, Chairman Guggenauer.
Yes, sir.
Commission. Hello. Yeah, I can articulate some of the dynamic hunting strategies we'll be doing there at Raymond Wildlife Area. So in our hunting pasture and with these overlap hunts, we'll be working with the hunters all simultaneously when it comes to working with this herd. So some individuals obviously will choose to hunt on their own, and we'll work with them on the front end when we give our hunt orientation process. Majority of hunters like to work with our wildlife area manager and our staff. And so folks that are interested in that line of hunting will be coming with us, and we'll strategically place these hunters on areas throughout the pasture and blinds and other locations that will not overlap with one another.
Okay, that seems reasonable. Are you still doing the proficiency testing?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so all wildlife area hunters, for bison hunters, for both House Rock and Raymond Wildlife Area, have to perform a shooting proficiency test to validate their permit. And so that's shooting a target within 100 yards and making sure their gun is sighted in. And that stems from the past of not putting too much pressure on bison and not having too many misfires in such a larger pasture that could have a little bit more public interaction there.
Right. And so I'll just say from my time on the commission, these these side rails that we put on these opportunities, that's why it's successful. That's why Aaron's able to tell us that these populations are stable and we're working through here. So thank you for doing that. Thank you for what you'll be doing this year.
Welcome. Thank you, Chairman Guggenhauer. Any other questions I can answer?
I think you're good.
Okay, thank you.
Aaron, we're ready for your recommendation.
Okay, I want to thank Rob for filling that question. The department recommends the commission vote to approve Commissioner 8 bison for 2027 spring and fall seasons as presented.
So we have a recommendation.
So moved.
We have a motion by Commissioner Curran, second by Commissioner Sue. Any additional discussion? All in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks, Aaron.
Thank you. Good
Mr.
afternoon.
Director.
Thank you, Aaron. Mr. Chairman, agenda items 9 through 12 are first read items. The commission may choose to take action on a first read item as needed or may direct the department to place first read items on the consent agenda for approval at the next commission meeting. Item 9 is an amendment to license agreement HAB 260120 CMY with Arizona Public Service Company for the purpose of providing utility service to the commission's Silver Creek Hatchery, Navajo County, Arizona. The presenter is Chip Young, Senior Land Resources Manager. Hi, Chip.
Thank you, Director Finley. Good morning, good afternoon, sorry, Mr. Chairman, Commission, members of the Commission. Yeah, my name is Chip Young. I'm with the Land and Water Program, as he mentioned, and within the Habitat branch here, down in Phoenix at headquarters. Yeah, I'm presenting today. The first presentation will be on an amendment to a license agreement, active license agreement with APS Electric Company to provide electrical utilities at the Silver Creek Hatchery. Next slide, please. This is a renewal of a 10-year license agreement to continue providing electrical service for Silver Creek Hatchery. APS has been providing continual electrical service to Silver Creek Hatchery since March 31st of 2016 through the previous 10-year license agreement. This is an amendment to an agreement which was approved in December by the commission and began the 10-year term then. So this amendment to it simply adds an additional utility alignment. I'll show on the map on one of the following slides as alignment D. And it will still remain in effect until March 31st, 2036. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, this is the map of Silver Creek Hatchery. It's located about 10 miles northeast of Show Low, Arizona. It's about 865 acres, excuse me. It was acquired in 1978 by the commission. The alignments there are shown in yellow on both the left and the right of the property. The newly added alignment for this amendment is there in the southeast corner of the property, alignment D. It totals around right about 1 mile. Next slide, please. And that is really as simple as it is. Before I provide a recommendation, do you have any questions?
Any questions for Chip? I do have one, Chip. We talked, I just want to confirm this, that the amendment doesn't change the date of the license agreement. What we agreed to last December is still the effective date of the agreement, the same expiration date?
Chairman Guggenhauer, yes, that is correct.
Okay, so that
Yeah, so it doesn't add on
change
another, it
because
doesn't
of
add
this.
on another 7 months. It'll
Okay.
so 9.5 more years, basically.
Okay, I think we're ready for your recommendation.
Okay. Next slide, please. The department recommends that the commission direct the department to place this item on the consent agenda for the next regular commission meeting.
Does the commission have any disagreement?
I'd like to make a motion to take a vote for the approval of this since this needs the governor's approval.
This,
That's not this one.
Oh, that's not this one?
No.
Mr. Chairman,
the next
Commissioner
one.
Sue, that is for one of the upcoming ones. That is
All
for
right.
the Pinetop.
Okay, I'm
Regional
ready
Office.
for it then.
Yeah, you're
So-
prepared though. You can move this one forward too if you want. Just kidding.
So I think we're good with putting this on consent agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
Mr.
Mr. Director.
Mr. Chairman, item 10 is a license agreement with Qwest Corporation, DBA CenturyLink QC to operate and maintain a buried fiber optic line through a portion of the Ben Avery Shooting Facility. The presenter again is Chip Young, Senior Land Resources Manager.
Thank you, Director Finley. Chairman Guggenhauer, members of the commission. Yes, this second presentation will be on, as he mentioned, the Ben Avery Shooting Range property, a access fiber optic utility right-of-way access for CenturyLink Qwest Corporation, also known as CenturyLink QC. Next slide, please. This is a renewal of a 50-year land use agreement that provides utility access to approximately 700 feet of fiber optic line that crosses a small portion of the northern end of, northeastern end of Ben Avery. The portion was granted to this portion of property, was granted to the commission by the BLM through a Recreation and Public Purposes Act patent. A BLM 50-year right-of-way has been authorizing access previously. It has been determined that it is in the department's best interest to utilize a license agreement as the legal instrument going forward rather than a right-of-way with BLM. And the term of this agreement is for a period of 10 years, which will commence on October 1st and remain in effect through September 30th, 2036. The department has determined that this agreement is in the public interest and is compatible with and necessary for the continued operation of Ben Avery. Next slide, please. And this is the map of Ben Avery down there in Phoenix, near our state headquarters for Game and Fish. It's located in Region 6. This is a 40-acre portion of the property. It was acquired by way of an RNPP patent in 1963 by the commission. The fiber optic line right-of-way is shown as the red line cutting across the very corner of the northern end there. And it totals only about 700 feet. Next slide, please. And again, before I provide a recommendation, do you have any questions? All right, next slide, please. The department recommends that the commission direct the department to place this item on the consent agenda for the next regular commission meeting.
Any objection to putting this on the consent agenda? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, item 11 is approved Pinetop Office Property Supplemental Lease Agreement with United States Fish and Wildlife Service. Presenter, again, is Chip Young, Senior Lands Program Manager.
Hey, welcome back.
Chip. I can wait till later. If you want. Thank you, Director Finley, Chairman Guggenhauer, members of the commission. As he mentioned, this is for a lease extension of a lease from Game and Fish to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for office space at our Pinetop Regional Office property. Next slide, please. This is a 5-year extension of a lease agreement with the Fish and Wildlife Service for office space for U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service personnel on the Pinetop Regional Office property. An existing lease agreement was in place initially from 2020 to 2025. Then a supplemental lease agreement was approved by the commission and is currently in place through October of this year, the end of October of this year. Under the new federal administration, Fish and Wildlife Service was only able to request a 1-year extension of the original lease agreement at that time with the Office of Leasing. We agreed during the course of this 1-year lease extension, we would work together. So Fish and Wildlife Service has worked in conjunction with GSA, the General Services Administration, and coordinated with our program, Game and Fish, to come up with a longer term lease. So this extension, it's technically called a supplemental lease agreement. The second supplemental lease agreement will add an additional 5 years to the agreement. And again, this is in the best interest of the department. Next slide, please. Here's a map of the Pinetop Regional Office property. That very tiny circle in the bottom center of the property map is the office building on the property that the Fish and Wildlife Service personnel are using and will continue to use, hopefully, if this is approved. There's no significant changes from the current agreement, from the original one and then the 1-year extension, other than obviously the 5-year extension. Our active game and fish clauses that were in the original agreement and therefore the current extension were reviewed, and all the terms were reviewed by Region 1 and headquarters and all of our team. It was determined that there would be no changes necessary. Next slide, please. And I do have a recommendation. Do you have any questions first?
Yes, before we get to your recommendation, so because we are renewing this for 5 years, we have to go through the entire process of getting approval from the governor's office
That is correct, sir. The governor and the state land commission.
and the state land
Commissioner.
commission both would have to approve this in the cycle. Okay, very well. Any other questions for Chip before he makes his recommendation? Proceed.
Next slide, please. And I do have my recommendation. The department recommends that the commission direct the department to place this item on the consent agenda at the next regular commission meeting.
Commissioner Sue.
I would like to make a motion to take a vote now for approval, since this does need the governor's approval. And we have a very short time frame here, so I would like to make that motion to vote now.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the agreement now. Can I get a second? Second, Commissioner Carter. Any additional discussion? All in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, thank you, Chip. Done.
Mr. Chairman, commissioners, thank you.
Thank you, Chip. Good to see you so many times. Chairman Guggenauer, item 12 is a license agreement with Vero Fiber Networks to install and maintain a buried fiber optic line through a portion of the Becker Lake Wildlife Area. Presenter is Austin Madsen, Water Resources Manager. Hi, Austin.
Thank you, Director. Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the Commission. Again, my name is Austin Madsen. I'm the Water Resources Manager in the Land and Water Program and Habitat Branch. Today, I will be presenting on a new license agreement with Vero Fiber Networks for a buried fiber optic right-of-way on the Becker Lake Wildlife Area. Next slide, please. This license agreement has a term of 10 years with an option to renew with Vero Fiber Networks for an additional 10 years. The permit area, which I'll show later in a map, is near the northeast corner of the property next to the entrance of the wildlife area. The right-of-way is 30 feet wide by roughly 645 feet long and runs along US Highway 60 between mileposts 385 and 386 near Springerville, Arizona. And this is actually within the road right-of-way as well. So this fiber optic line is not a part of Arizona's Broadband Equity Access Deployment, or the BEAD program. However, it closely aligns with the program and it will benefit the local community. Vero Fiber Networks will also pay a license fee based off of an appraisal that Vero Fiber Networks paid for from a state-approved appraiser. And that license fee will be paid every 10 years and reevaluated at their expense. This is compatible with the continued operation of Becker Lake Wildlife Area. Next slide, please. So again, this is the map. It's a little small, but up in the top right corner of the property boundary, you can see that yellow line, and that's where it will be actually. The permit area will be. Next slide, please. Before I provide our recommendation, are there any questions?
Commissioner Kerr.
Thank you, Chairman. Austin, just real quick for clarification, this is an existing fiber optics. They're not doing construction. That's correct?
Chairman, Commissioner Kerr, this is a new project.
Okay,
this is a new fiber optic line.
So they will be?
Yes, there will be construction, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? I think we're ready for your recommendation,
Okay.
Austin.
Next slide, please. Oh, excuse me. The department recommends that the commission direct the department to place this item on the consent agenda for the next regular commission meeting.
Any objection to putting this on the consent agenda? Seeing none, I think we're good.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Austin. Mr. Chairman, item 13 is a request to propose amendments to Commission Order 40, fish concerning specific proposals for bag and possession limits, special regulations, and specific closures for sport fishing for calendar year 2027 and 2028. The presenter is Amberly Jones, Statewide Sport Fish Program Manager. Hi, Amberly.
Amberly, good to see you.
Good to see you too. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. As the director said, my name is Amberly Jones and I'm the Statewide Sport Fish Program Manager. Today I'll be presenting on 7 proposed fishing regulation changes for 2027-2028. Next slide, please. Commission Order 40 is the department's process to review and propose updates to the fishing regulations. This process occurs every 2 years with the current fishing regulation proposals for 2027-2028. And the next regular cycle will be 2 years from this one in 2029-2030. This process involves a review and public comment process and requires commission approval. Next slide, please. Before I get into our 7 proposals, I'd like to go into why we propose fishing regulation changes. There are several possible reasons behind these changes. Biological reasons focus on protecting fish populations and ensuring sustainability. Data-driven reasons come from new research or monitoring results that suggest adjustments are needed. Social reasons aim to improve angler satisfaction, access, and participation. Legal and administrative reasons help simplify rules and align them with other laws. Regulatory reasons may involve adding or updating managed waters to reflect current needs. And finally, city or local requests can drive these changes when communities identify local priorities. Together, these factors guide our proposals to maintain healthy fisheries, effective management, and a positive experience for everyone who enjoys fishing. So I wanted to go into where do these proposals come from? These proposals come from the public, fishermen, from our biologists. 2 of the proposals actually today started as public comments. Next slide, please. Today we have 7 proposed changes. Establish daily bag limits at a new water East Mesa. Amend the daily bag limits at Maricopa Lake. Amend the bass limits at Sahuarita, Kennedy, Silverbell, and Lakeside community fishing waters. Next slide, please. Remove the current special lake regulations at Lee Valley Lake. Remove the current special regulations at Lee Valley Creek. Increase spearfishing opportunities at Lake Powell, and establish catch and release only for largemouth bass at Clough Ranch Pond 3. Next slide, please. The public comment period was open June 24th to July 24th for the 30-day review period. We held a virtual meeting discussing the proposals live and posted the video on our YouTube channel. The video received over 5,000 views and had 44 comments. We also received 27 email comments, of which 14 were about the proposed changes, and I'll discuss the email comments received after each proposal. Next slide, please. So the first change is to establish daily bag limits at East Mesa Community Park Pond, a new water. There are currently no regulations on this water, which would mean when it opens, it would automatically be under the statewide bag limits. We're proposing to establish a daily bag limit of 2 catfish, 2 trout, 1 bass, minimum 13 inches, 5 sunfish, various species, including bluegill, red ear, and hybrid, and 1 white aimer, minimum size 30 inches. Next slide, please. The rationale behind the change is it's a newly constructed 2 surface acre pond within a city park and expected to be open to the public in November or December. Although this water is not currently a part of the community fishing program, it is under consideration. We are proposing to establish daily bag limits that are consistent with other waters of similar size. If the statewide regulation were to apply, there is a risk of overharvest, which will result in poor catch rates. The city of Yuma is supportive of this proposed regulation. Next slide, please. We received 1 comment during the open period that was in support of changing the regulations. Next slide, please. The second proposed regulation is to amend the daily bag limits at Maricopa Lake. Currently, the statewide bag limits apply, and we're proposing to reduce the daily bag limit to 2 catfish, 2 trout, 1 bass, minimum 13 inches, 5 sunfish, various species, including bluegill, red ear, and hybrid, and 1 white aimer, minimum size 30 inches. Next slide, please. The lake is an established water, and it is a small water body at 5 surface acres. Although it's not part of the community fishing program, it is under consideration. Similar to the previous proposal, we'd like to reduce the daily bag limit to avoid overharvest and improve catch rates. The city manager and the city council are supportive of this regulation change. Next slide, please. We received no written comments about this proposed change. Next slide, please. The third proposal is to change the bass limit at the Tucson area community fishing waters, going from a daily 2 largemouth bass over 30 inches harvest limit to catch and release only. Next slide, please. This was a change proposed by anglers starting as public comments. Largemouth bass are a highly sought after species with 60% of anglers fishing for bass in Arizona. Anglers fishing for bass at community waters have increased 5-fold since 1995. Additionally, the number of anglers fishing community waters has increased almost 300% since 1995, going from an estimated 34,000 anglers to approximately 137,000 anglers. Despite more anglers and a growing Tucson population, angler user days per acre have declined in the Tucson community waters, suggesting declining catch rates, not declining interest, are limiting angler use. We annually stock largemouth bass into CFP waters, with the water receiving around 3,000 bass per lake. We manage the community waters so that on average, a fisherman catches roughly 1 fish every 2 hours. Our data shows that the Tucson catch rates are below the target at each of these waters. The data also indicates that bass harvest rates have increased from around 12% to 21%, with Kennedy Lake having the highest harvest rate at an estimated 57%. Next slide, please. To address low catch rates, the department has we have continually stocked annually largemouth bass, and we've installed fish habitat structures to try to provide cover and concentrate fish to try to increase catch rates. The proposed regulation goal is to increase the survival of the stocked bass to increase anglers' catch rates. The proposed regulation change would be implemented as a trial and would be removed if no change is observed in the upcoming creel plan for 2028. The proposed change would not change the community fishing program stocking or the harvest of other species in the lake. Next slide, please. We received 2 emails requesting this change from the public, and during the public comment period, we received 7 comments in support of the proposed regulation change and no comments against the change. Next slide, please. The 4th proposal is to remove the special regulations at Lee Valley Lake. The current regulation is a limit of 2 trout, any combination artificial fly and lure. The proposed change is a statewide regulation, which is a daily limit of 4 trout, any combination. Next slide, please. The original special regulation was in the hope that Apache trout would establish in Lee Valley Creek and use the lake as needed. Due to the poor habitat in the creek, Apache trout didn't establish. The lake is currently managed as a put and take fishery. The department usually uses special regulations on wild trout populations, not necessarily on put and take fisheries. So the fishery has failed to meet management objectives due to poor water quality and low survival rates. This has also resulted in reduced stockings when water quality is poor. Another reason for the change is the most recent creel study showed a decline in angler effort and their catch rates from roughly 12,000 hours in 1995 to 396 hours in 2025, and a catch rate of 20,000 fish to 0 fish in the 2025 survey. This is a change in angler catch rate from 1.5 fish per hour to 0 fish per hour. Despite stocking efforts, anglers are just not able to catch fish. During the 2025 creel, the biologists only encountered 4 anglers at the lake. Additionally, the department staff have noticed anglers are just not fishing Lee Valley anymore. The regulation change will focus on increasing opportunities and simplifying regulations by removing the current special regulation and reverting back to statewide regulations. This allows anglers to use more fishing methods, in particular bait fishing, to try to increase catch rates, as stocking efforts don't appear to be affecting catch rates. There'll be no change in the fisheries management strategy, and the region plans to increase stockings as water quality allows. Next slide, please. We received 6 comments on this regulation change. All of them were against the proposal. Comments suggested they preferred less traffic, that the regulation should be catch and release, and the department should increase stocking numbers. The department has stocked the lake, and that hasn't improved catch rates. There's also fish kills at Lee Valley Lake, usually in the spring and fall, which results in little carryover into the next season. Next slide, please. The fifth proposal mirrors Lee Valley Lake, and it is to remove the special regulation at Lee Valley Creek. The current regulation is a limit of 2 trout, any combination, artificial fly and lure, and the proposed change is a statewide regulation, which is a daily limit of 4 trout, any combination. Next slide, please. The proposed change is to be consistent with Lee Valley Lake, as discussed on the previous proposal. The 2 locations are right next to each other, and having the same regulation simplifies it for anglers. The rationale is the same for Lee Valley Lake. Next slide, please. The 6 comments received for Lee Valley Lake were similar in mentioning Lee Valley Creek as well, and the rationale was the same. Next slide, please. The 6th proposal is to expand spearfishing opportunities at Lake Powell. The current regulation only includes carp and striped bass taken by spearfishing, and the proposed change is smallmouth bass may also be taken by spearfishing during daylight hours. Largemouth bass may be taken by spearfishing during daylight hours. Seasonally prohibited April 1st through the 4th Saturday in June. Next slide, please. The department has received multiple requests to expand spearfishing opportunities through public comment, and Lake Powell provides an opportunity for 2 additional sport fish, largemouth bass and smallmouth bass. Utah Division of Wildlife is also proposing this regulation change based on their fisheries and creel data, and this regulation will ensure consistency with UDWR, creating clearer rules for anglers and law enforcement. UDWR's rationale was smallmouth bass population has low relative weight, which is a sign the fish is unhealthy and indicates the population is stunted. UDWR creel data suggests the majority of smallmouth bass harvest occurs by traditional anglers in April and May during the spawn, and very little harvest occurs outside of this. UDWR is trying to improve the size structure of smallmouth bass to create a population with larger fish. Their previous efforts in increasing harvest have been successful. However, they are still 19% short of their 30% harvest goal. Next slide, please. Prior to public comment, the department received 7 comments requesting opportunities to expand spearfishing in Arizona during an article public comment period. There were no comments received during the proposed regulation comment. Next slide, please. The last proposal is to change the statewide regulations at Cleft Ranch Pond 3 to catch and release only for largemouth bass from January 1, 2027 through December 31st, 2028. And thereafter, a statewide bag and possession limit would apply. Next slide, please. In May of 2026, unfortunately, a fish kill occurred and several fish species were lost before the largemouth bass that had recently been stocked had a chance to reproduce and recruit into the population. This regulation would aid in creating a self-sustaining largemouth bass population by restricting angler harvest and allowing any remaining and potential future stocked largemouth bass time to grow, reproduce, and recruit into the fishery. The regulation will be returned to statewide regulations on January 1st, 2029. Next slide, please. We received no comments on this regulation during the public comment period. Next slide, please. If the proposed fishing regulation changes are approved, we make sure the information reaches anglers and the public through multiple outreach efforts. Our law enforcement team will help spread the word directly in the field and during contacts with anglers. We'll issue an official press release to announce the changes. An email notification will be sent to our fishing constituents, ensuring that anglers receive the information directly. The updates will also be posted on the department website and be included in the new and online 2027-2028 version of the fishing regulations so that the latest rules are always accessible. We'll update Fish and Boat to make sure the new regulations are reflected in the map as well. Finally, we'll highlight the changes in the fishing report for at least 3 months, giving anglers repeated reminders as the new rules take effect. Altogether, this approach ensures clear, consistent communication so our anglers know exactly what's changing and when. Next slide, please. I do have a recommendation, but first, are there any questions?
Thank you. Thank you, Amber Lee. I'm just admiring some of the fish in these photographs here. Any questions for Amber Lee?
Yes, please.
Commissioner Sue.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. When we make these changes, is there any need to put signage up around the fishing areas?
Yes, with any of the changes, are like the community fishing waters or in the statewides, we do adjust our signage as needed. And a lot of those signs we already have ready and ready to go just as community waters in general.
Great. My second comment kind of question is that I am so pleased on many of the aspects that you're talking about to see the public engaged and to get the comments back and know that you really pay attention to them. Do you find those comments pretty helpful for you?
Commissioner Chairman, Commissioner Sue, yes. It's always important to hear the different comments from the public. We evaluate these each time. Our regional folks look at the comments, they read the comments, they respond to the anglers. Getting that feedback, because we aren't on the ground every day, having that feedback from people who are out there every day, love these waters as much as we do, is really important.
Great. Thank you so much for your great work, and please thank your team.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Any other comments? I think we're ready for a recommendation.
Next slide, please. The department recommends that the commission direct the department vote to adopt Commission Order 40 Fish as amended, establishing bag and possession limits and special regulations for the calendar years 2027 and 2028 as proposed.
So moved. Second.
So we have, thank you for the recommendation. We have a motion by Commissioner Sue, a second by Commissioner Manuel. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of that motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries. Thank you, Emily.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Director.
Mr. Chairman, I'm told that the next presentation may take a minute. If you all would consider taking a break before that for 5 minutes? You
Yes.
might regret it if you don't, is what I'm also told.
So we will adjourn for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, item 14 is state and federal lands planning update. Presenters Callie Cavalcant, Habitat Evaluation and Lands Branch Chief.
Hey, good afternoon, Callie. Could I have you take a seat for a second? We're going to hear a public comment from Johnny Fugate. Welcome back, sir.
To you as well. John Fugate, Yuma Valley Rod and Gun Club. Mr. Chairman, just as we work closely with Ed and Jess regarding legislative branch of the department, we also work very closely with the Habitat branch, specifically with Callie and her staff. We want to publicly acknowledge our sincere thanks to Callie and staff working with our organization as it relates to Habitat branch responsibilities, and in particular, said responsibilities you're going to hear about today relating to solar. As the commission is aware, the department's updated solar guidelines were completed this year, as well as being incorporated into Arizona's Energy Promise Task Force. Said task force is a result of the governor's executive order 2025-13, which could result in expediting solar facilities on state land. Should said solar facilities actually become reality, it will be imperative the department is very productive offsetting wildlife impacts that cannot be avoided and or minimized. Offsetting said impacts could allow the department to significantly increase revenue for on-the-ground projects, complementing other revenues derived from other efforts the department has to utilize for these projects. As was suggested by the commission to us in August of 2025, the most absolute way to protect wildlife and their habitat is avoidance. Our organization can assure this commission and the department that increasing solar sites on state land in Yuma County is very unlikely to occur. The current makeup of our County Board of Supervisors and our tireless efforts of supporting their decisions opposing solar on state land will continue. Finally, Mr. Chairman, although the club continues to, oppose solar on public or state lands, we do not, and I'll say that one more time, we do not oppose solar on private property. Our board of directors made it very clear to Robbie and I, Robbie, the public affairs director, and me, the government affairs director, that we are not going to oppose a private landowner doing what they want to do with their land. Lost my place, apologize. Here we go. Quite frankly, we do not oppose solar on private property. Quite frankly, due to our public affairs director, Robbie Carrasco, testifying in front of the County Board of Supervisors last month, Leeward Solar gained a perpetual lease on the first phase of a large 3-phase project in Yuma County. Without our support, said phase was targeted to only receive a 40-year lease per prior planning and zoning recommendations. Compensatory mitigation in the amount of $100,000 has been set aside for wildlife conservation efforts in Yuma County. All we had to do was ask the solar developer to consider offsetting wildlife habitat loss on private property. Any questions?
Appreciate your comments. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Mr. Fugate, I know you're going to stick around for the rest of the meeting. When we get to our CPR report, you're probably going to find out pretty interesting today. Thank you. Callie, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
No.
Great.
No.
Go.
Is it on?
I don't know. It says it is, but can't tell that it's working or not.
That sounds better.
Okay, great. Thanks. Okay, for the record, Callie Cavalcant, Habitat Evaluation and Lands Branch Chief with the State and Federal Lands Planning Update. My update for you today is quite extensive, and so I'm going to be up here for a little bit. So we will jump into it. Next slide, please. My first update is for Executive Order 14408, removing unnecessary and counterproductive restrictions to access to federal lands. This particular executive order was posted in May and rescinded 2 off-road vehicle regulations and directed federal agencies to revise or rescind the associated regulations. The purpose of this executive order is to increase motorized and recreational access to public trails, primarily through updating old criteria, which were originally developed in the 1970s, and also to expand access to public lands as written in the executive order. The department has not seen specific actions or public comment periods for this executive order. However, we have commented on very similar actions by the federal administration that seek to decrease regulatory burden and increase access to public lands. So we will continue to keep an eye out for comment periods specific to this executive order. Next slide, please. The next are changes to the Endangered Species Act. I provided an update to the commission after the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service posted notice of their intent to modify these regulations. As a reminder for that update, during Trump's first administration, we did see very similar, if not identical, changes to regulations that were reverted during the subsequent administration. So these changes, while not new, are finalized. The first 2, which were changes to designation of critical habitat and elimination of the blanket rule for threatened species, will go into effect on August 20th of this year. And the third, rescinding the definition of harm, will go into effect in September of this year. That being said, several organizations did file lawsuits against the regulation changes, and so we will be watching to see if any changes to these regulations result as of the case in federal court. Next slide, please. I have an update for you on the Heber Wild Horse Territory Management Plan. I've been covering this the last several meetings, and so the update that I have for you today is that in July, the court granted a preliminary injunction stating that the Apache Sitgreaves National Forest cannot classify any unclaimed, unbranded horses as unauthorized livestock, nor can they capture or remove horses from the forest. It's not included on my slide here, but this week, the Forest Service did follow up with a request to amend the injunction to allow for management of horses on Apache National Forest, which is distinct from Sitgreaves National Forest, which contains the Heber Wild Horse Territory. They are managed, however, under the same administration, which is why you see the Apache Sitgreaves National Forest as reference to these areas. Horses that are present on Apache National Forest are separately managed in distinct herds. It's also worth noting that this week the plaintiffs also filed a response to the motion requesting that the court deny the amendment, which would prevent the Forest Service from managing horses on any of the Apache or Sitgreaves National Forest lands. Next slide, please. So the next update I have for you is on the Bureau of Land Management's actions to remove excess horses and burros from their herd management areas. Earlier this year, I shared with the commission the BLM's intent to remove primarily burros to appropriate management level for the various herd management areas that they manage in Arizona. They've made great progress. The current population for the Lake Pleasant herd management area is approximately 2,300 burros. They have initiated those gathers earlier this year, April through June, and removed 868 excess burros at the time that I made this slide presentation. It could very well be greater at this point. And for the Black Mountain herd management area, the current population was estimated at approximately 4,800 burros, which is approximately 4,000 burros over appropriate management level. They've removed approximately 478 excess burros at this time. They have stated their intent to continue to do so until appropriate management level is reached for these areas, or until available funding is exhausted or space at the adoption centers is not available. Next slide, please. So my last general update for you today is regarding oil and gas lease sales on the Arizona Strip. The department has provided comment on 2 proposed lease sales, one in May of this year and the second in June. The department has expressed concerns for potential impacts for habitat loss, fragmentation, disruption of big game migration pathways, and potential impacts to wildlife-related public recreational opportunities. Under the federal administration, the BLM has expressed an interest in reducing regulatory burden and streamlining administrative processes. We feel that the best approach to do so would be a comprehensive environmental impact statement, which would fully analyze cumulative effects on a landscape level versus the segmented permit by permit assessment as applications are received. And so we did submit those comments for both of those lease sales earlier this year. Next slide, please. Okay, I'm going to pause there. My next handful of slides are going to focus on the renewable energy update, but if you have any questions about the general updates, I'd be happy to address them.
Thank you. Any questions for Callie? I do have one, maybe just a comment, and it's back to the EO executive order that's there. It's confusing when we don't see these actions taken by the federal agencies. And how that impacts the Game and Fish Department is it starts to open things to interpretation. Well, we're going to loosen regulations. We're going to open more roads. We're going to open access. And now all of a sudden we've got people driving on roads or paths that maybe wouldn't be normally open, but it opens up this big question of how should we tell our law enforcement agency to go enforce this when we have such interpretation? So I'll speak for just one commissioner here. I'm okay watching this for a month or two, but at some point, maybe the Game and Fish Commission has to consider putting our own rules in place so we can at least get some definitive instruction to our wildlife managers to enforce consistent rules out there. So I heard you say you're going to monitor that. Please keep the commission apprised of what progress is being made there.
Chairman, I will, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Callie? No? Okay.
Great, thank you. Next slide.
I'm sorry, we do have a comment. Commissioner Sue.
100% agree. And I think that understanding it's not just one commissioner, I know it's me also, that the more information we have, the better decisions we can make. So thank you so much for keeping us apprised of all this.
Okay, so my next handful of slides are going to cover our extended renewable energy update. As a reminder for the commission, we cover 2 of these on an annual basis. The first is given at the beginning of the year and covers an overarching high-level view of the metrics and review how many projects the department coordinated on, where we're seeing those projects proposed, and some of the major successes and milestones we saw during the year. This particular presentation I'm going to walk through that is just a snapshot of where we are today. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'm going to start off with a success. So we are very excited to share that the department's updated guidelines for solar development was released earlier this year. This update did take a little over 3 years and was done in coordination with various stakeholders, including other state wildlife agencies, wildlife conservation organizations, federal land management partners, and various members of industry. It's also worth noting that and a notable success that our guidelines are referenced, along with a recommendation to engage early with the department and the Arizona Energy Promise Task Force report that was prepared for the governor in response to her executive order removing barriers to affordable energy in Arizona. The guidelines are publicly available on our website, on our webpage that covers a variety of different, or provides resources for a variety of different wildlife-friendly guidelines. So we're very excited about that. Next slide, please. So speaking of other wildlife-friendly resources on our website, the department does plan to tackle and update our wind guidelines next. So we have initiated that revision process, and it's going to be very similar to our solar guidelines with a very similar timeline. There's going to be an opportunity for external partner review, and an informational webinar will be hosted to share pertinent updates about what we will have planned for and included in the wind guidelines. Next slide, please. All right, so this graph shows an update for renewable energy projects that have been proposed and built across the state over the last 25 years. The bars on this graph represent the number of proposed projects and the lines are the number of built projects in any given year for both wind and solar. So solar is blue and wind is orange. It's worth noting the majority of the projects that we see proposed do not make it to development stages for various reasons. It also takes many years for projects to work all the way through the different regulatory and planning processes for planning and development before they become operational, if they become operational. A little over halfway into the year, we were aware of 14 newly proposed solar projects, but no new wind projects have been proposed. Worth noting that there are 6 in-process wind projects that we're actively coordinating with. And the department is aware of 2 new built solar, but no newly built wind projects in the state. Next slide, please. Okay, so the next 3 slides, I'm going to cover a few emerging technologies that we've that we've seen in Arizona related to renewable energy development. First, we're seeing a rise in battery energy storage systems, or BESSs. As you can see in the figure on the right, Arizona is one of the leading states for battery energy storage system development based on 2025 data. These systems store excess electricity and release it when demand is high. They can either be standalone projects or attached to an energy project. It's worth noting that almost all solar projects the department reviews today does have an associated battery energy storage system. Because they're typically sited on graded land and fenced, our wildlife-friendly recommendations that apply to solar facilities are very applicable to battery energy storage facilities. So our recommendations change very little with the inclusion of these projects. Next slide, please. Another one is agrivoltaics. The department recently reviewed a project that was interested in considering the use of agrivoltaics, which combines solar energy generation with agriculture, typically with sheep grazing and crop farming. This emerging technology allows for cattle grazing underneath raised solar panels, and while interest appears to be increasing, we're not aware of any operational utility scale projects at this time, but we continue to keep an eye out for these projects and evaluate potential impacts to wildlife on a case-by-case basis. Next slide, please. So the last emerging technology that I want to mention today is Identiflight. So the department has been coordinating closely with a proposed wind project that is very interested in using this new AI detection technology that shuts off turbines when raptors are approaching. There was a study at a facility in Wyoming that found that the technology reduced eagle fatalities by 85%. And while the system was previously only programmed to detect eagles, it is now being trained to detect other raptor species that are much smaller, potentially down to the size of a kestrel. So this technology has not been incorporated into a wind facility yet in Arizona, but it is being considered as a potential option for some facilities. And we look forward to learning more about the technology as it continues to develop. Next slide, please. So as we continue to engage on development across the state, there are a few common themes that we do continue to encounter as we engage on renewable energy projects. We always emphasize early and often coordination, ideally as early as siting for projects when location and design changes are easier to accommodate. This is emphasized in our solar energy guidelines, which outlines the benefits of early coordination, such as reduced cost or time associated with accommodating changes later in development or planning for phases for a project. We frequently realize a time gap where the department provides recommendations, but may not hear back on whether or how those recommendations were incorporated. We do follow up with projects as we can to determine whether our recommendations made it into the final design. And I'd like to note too that this isn't all that unusual given the extended timeline associated with developing these projects, that those timelines and the lapse in communication and follow-up is anticipated, and it's a challenge that we work through as we can. That continued touch point though for our staff to connect with developers provides that opportunity for relationship building and creating a space where we can learn from each other on the best ways to improve the feasibility of our recommendations and the best possible outcomes for wildlife. We also face some difficulty in meeting truncated review times, which make it difficult for us to provide meaningful assessments and associated recommendations for projects on a project-specific basis. In some cases, we do request an extended review window when possible. Ideally, we're looking for that 30-day timeline, which is our standard. We continue to look for opportunities to improve our relationships and engagement with counties and other permitting authorities to raise awareness for the department's role in identifying and recommending wildlife-friendly designs for all types of development. And finally, as I've mentioned previously, the timelines for projects from the point of concept to development and operation can take many years, and so it's not uncommon for there to be communication gaps throughout the life of a project. And while it creates challenges, we continue to remain dedicated to building and maintaining those relationships with developers. Next slide, please. So recently, the department has seen an increase in public interest in renewable energy projects. So public comment periods and opportunities arise through various different pathways, and it's very unique to the specific project. It could include county permitting processes or the NEPA process when there's a federal land nexus. If a certain kilovolt of transmission line is associated with the project, it triggers a certificate of environmental compatibility from the Arizona Corporation Commission, which prompts a public comment period specifically for the transmission line only associated with the project. In the department's experience, the public does frequently identify wildlife concerns in their comments. This could include things like habitat fragmentation, collision risk, or impacts to a specific species of concern. The department does not have regulatory authority for land use changes, and so we cannot approve or deny projects. However, we do experience success in maintaining an objective approach and working collaboratively with the developers to successfully and voluntarily address wildlife considerations for projects. Our recommendations, as well as our ongoing coordination on projects, are summarized in our comment letters, which are often included in the project applications and are generally available for the public during the public permitting process. Next slide, please. So the department has a consistent approach for evaluating and engaging with projects. The potential project-specific impacts to wildlife and their habitats are evaluated on a case-by-case basis based on the unique circumstances of each project. Considerations for impacts include, but are not limited to, the project type and location, an evaluation of species that do occur or are most likely to occur within the project area, potential impacts to wildlife, and an evaluation of habitat that will or may be impacted by the project. Those unique considerations are then used by our department to recommend specific project-specific actions or best management practices that avoid, minimize, or offset impacts to wildlife and their habitats. Next slide, please. And if we walk through this, our first and foremost approach is identifying ways to avoid impacts. So thoughtful site selection is often the most effective strategy to avoid impacts to wildlife and habitat, and therefore we recommend that developers engage early on with renewable energy projects while siting is still flexible. We maintain various tools that assist developers in identifying resources in the area of interest and potential impacts to wildlife to inform their siting decisions. Next slide, please. If avoidance is not an option for the project, the department then works with the project proponent to identify measures that can be implemented to minimize anticipated impacts. Examples could include collaborating on wildlife corridor designs to maintain connectivity and movement through a facility, or raising the cut-in speed at a wind facility to reduce the impacts or bat fatalities during the spring and fall migration periods. Next slide, please. When impacts to wildlife and habitat cannot be avoided or minimized, the department can work collaboratively with developers on opportunities to offset those impacts. Some examples could include coordinating with the department to create or maintain water sources outside the facility boundaries for use by wildlife, removing or modifying fencing to be wildlife friendly, or acquiring and maintaining land that provides habitat for affected species. Next slide, please. And just a reminder, I will be back early next year with that extensive update for the annual metrics for the department's engagement and shared successes. Next slide, please. Happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Callie. Any questions for Callie? Hey, great job. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll be back.
Yeah, you'll be back before next year. Mr. Chairman, agenda item 15 is Commission Priorities Update. Presenter is Luke Thompson, Special Assistant to the Director.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, good afternoon. Ben, I'll have you go to slide 2, if you don't mind. I'll be presenting the Commission Priority Report this month. So members of the Commission, the packet that you received this month included a wrap-up of the FY26 metrics and the progress and the efforts that our teams across the department made to achieve the goals related to those metrics, as well as a forecast of the FY27 goals and targets associated with those metrics. So it is an extensive presentation for you all this month. I think there were somewhere in the neighborhood of 80 slides for you all to work through there. Some highlights you saw in there. We continue to do really well in many of the areas across those priorities. Discretionary products, copper state, point guard, et cetera. Our efforts in chronic wasting disease across the state, partners with hunters and taxidermists and even tribal partners in providing training through our chronic wasting disease program. Excuse me. I just want to get back to my notes. So if you look at the efforts through the Landowner Relations Program and the more than 1 million acres of habitat that have been approved, their efforts in continuing to track and focus on engagement with landowners for access, as well as the efforts with the water catchments, et cetera, across the state. So pretty amazing. Our Fair Chase team continuing to focus on sending folks to SHOT Show and ICAST and staying ahead of those emerging technologies and continuing to work through evaluations of those as it relates to informing the Commission on potential Fair Chase challenges in the future. And then connectivity, and we had a field trip to Willard Springs here yesterday, seeing the progress of that effort, but the focus on the Commission's new priority for wildlife connectivity and not just the progress at Willard Springs, but the efforts of our team across the state, identifying opportunities to identify connectivity through tracking progress, et cetera, with our big game species. So really extensive report. I won't go through every slide. I will pause. We'll have some questions from the commission if you have any, and then we'll bring Callie up and she'll provide an expanded report on the real estate strategy.
That's good. Any questions on metrics? No? So I do have just one observation, one comment that I want to make, and Ben, it's on slide 32. Okay, it's on my slide 32.
So it might be one prior to that, then? Mr. Chairman, is it the one regarding the acreage for landowner relations?
It's one for field operations, landowner contact goals.
So it'll be, yep, go forward 4 slides. Yep,
There's 232, 38.
correct. Couple more, Ben.
Yeah.
Right there.
Actually, go one more, Ben.
One more. Sorry.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
So what I wanted to comment on is the note that's in the upper left there. I mean, reaching out to our ranching community and our ag community is an important part of our wildlife managers interacting with different communities and different landowners. You know, going out there and finding that some of these ranches have changed hands, have been sold, no longer interested in compact agreements or whatever might be there. But it's important to keep those things current. So I applaud the group, FOD, for getting out there, talking to these ranchers each year and keeping this stuff current. It's an important part of why we're successful with those communities. We can't do this without ranching communities. We've said that for years as a commission, and I know they appreciate it and the commission appreciates it as well. So, sorry it took us longer to find the slide and say that, but I thought it was important to say nonetheless. Okay, any other questions for Luke? Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Callie?
Not quite next year. Okay, I will be presenting the Developing a Comprehensive Real Estate Strategy, Commission's Expanded Priority Report. I'll just hold on one second. There it is. Okay, next slide, please. And one more. Okay, great. So the Commission's authorities to engage in acquisition and disposal of properties are covered under several state statutes, primarily Title 17, but it is also bolstered by Title 33 and Title 37. The Commission's current portfolio of properties is listed here on the slide. For deeded properties, it includes 66 properties statewide, approximately 48,000 acres. In addition, the Commission manages an additional 93 properties statewide for various purposes, including conservation and recreation. That's approximately 350,000 acres. And the last is that the Commission holds 8 statewide conservation easements at approximately 2,000 acres. Next slide, please. So the Commission can pursue acquisitions for a variety of purposes, such as presence of sensitive habitat used by endangered, threatened, or candidate species. Conservation values might be associated with species of greatest conservation needs, or there might be specific land uses of interest, such as properties that are or will be used as shooting ranges or the department-managed fish hatcheries. The department follows an evaluative process for analyzing potential acquisitions. There's an extensive due diligence process that includes an assessment of conservation value, an assessment of department operational needs and commission priorities, as well as an extensive assessment of risk, including what it would mean for increasing infrastructure and deferred maintenance costs, or potentially any status of water rights that are included with the property. Next slide, please. So in addition to the standard due diligence, there is also several tenets that we evaluate according to those that were set by the Commission in 2014. And sorry, to be more specific, these are additional tenets that we consider when evaluating potential acquisitions. So These include proposals proposals considered must provide adequate protection of current properties. Future Heritage Fund acquisitions must have operation and maintenance costs built in. We will avoid further use of sportsman's dollars to subsidize O&M needs on our properties. We will not negatively impact non-game endangered wildlife program and the Department Science Foundation. Solutions should not rely on federal grants, and solutions should provide flexibility for current and future commission actions. Next slide, please. So once properties are acquired, the department is committed to ensuring that the properties meet the purpose and intent for which they were acquired. Each property has an operation and management plan associated with it. Each undergoes annual inspections. Costs are evaluated and prioritized on an annual basis. And in the case of managed properties, there's ongoing coordination with partners who manage the day-to-day operations of the properties. Next slide, please. Thank you. The department also recently established several strategic initiatives, one of which focuses on property operation and maintenance. So this long-term strategic plan, up to 20 or more years, addresses our year-by-year commitment to address those ongoing and deferred maintenance needs for infrastructure on our wildlife areas. The goals of the plan are to focus on asset protection, minimizing liability, maximizing conservation benefit, addressing or minimizing audit findings associated with funding or allowable uses of the properties. So I share this today because the goals of this strategic initiative overlap quite a bit with the priorities that are identified within the Commission's priority report. And so we're taking this approach, a very focused approach on our properties and our O&M for the department and the commission. Next slide, please. Okay, so we're going to shift into disposals. So the department continues to work through a list of 15 properties that were identified for disposal or exchange by the commission. The criteria used for those determinations are identifying if a property no longer serves the purpose for which it was acquired, whether the property can be exchanged for a higher priority acquisition or to resolve land use conflicts. Also, whether the property contains, or more specifically does not contain, a point of access for the public, whether it's passively managed, and whether disposal would decrease our liability. Next slide, please. So that brings us to, oh, nope, it sure doesn't. We have a couple slides before we get there. There are different frameworks and pathways for approaching disposal of properties based on the funding sources that were used to acquire them. In addition to state statute requirements, there can also be additional legal requirements imposed based on the funding sources that were used to acquire those properties. So a few examples of the most common types of funds that we use to acquire properties are listed on the slides. And again, the differences in disposals requirements and frameworks, it can vary depending on unique circumstances of individual properties as well as these funds. So that does often present challenges for disposals. And so we approach our acquisitions with an in perpetuity mindset because at the end of the day, we may be holding it in perpetuity. Next slide, please. So that brings me to our first commission priority metric, which is that to complete the due diligence to dispose of one low priority property per year as feasible. Properties for disposal include passively managed properties within the portfolio with ongoing operation and maintenance needs that no longer serve the purpose and intent for which they were acquired. We'll continue to work through the disposal process for the 3 properties identified. And we focused on this metric for the last several years, and we look forward to focusing on it in future years as we continue to make progress on this list of 15 properties. Next slide, please. So our 2 most recent property disposals were Painted Rock Dam Wildlife Area in 2019 and the Gibson parcel in Coconino County in 2022. I highlight these just because the disposal process also often has very extended timelines, and it's not uncommon to work through disposals for several years for the reasons I mentioned previously. Next slide, please. The 3 that we've been focusing on in recent years are the GSA parcel, the Topak property, and Sunflower Flat. We've made great progress on these disposals this year. 2 of these properties the commission approved for disposal The GSA parcel, which is a 7-acre parcel in Region 6 that's passively managed, was approved for disposal by the Commission in August of 2025. The General Services Administration is taking point on identifying a buyer for that parcel. The next is the Topak property, which is 320 acres that's passively managed in Region 3. That was approved for disposal by the Commission in May of 2026, so earlier this year. This slide is not up to date. We did receive the chain of state agency approvals, specifically the State Land Commissioner and the Governor's approval to move forward. So this particular disposal is in the hands of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service that they intend to absorb this parcel into the neighboring Havasu National Wildlife Refuge. So we made great progress this year. We continue to focus in on the Sunflower Flat Wildlife Area, which is 120 acres. It's passively managed in Region 2. It was identified for land exchange with the U.S. Forest Service in exchange for the land that let me back up a bit. It was identified for land exchange with the U.S. Forest Service for Arizona Department hatcheries. But this is an extended process and we continue to make progress there, but more updates as they're available. So we do intend once the GSA parcel and Topak parcels are finalized, we will plan to identify 2 other parcels for us to focus on for disposals for the upcoming years. Next slide, please. Okay, so this brings me to our second metric. So in fiscal year 26, we had a new commission metric associated with wildlife area infrastructure. Over the first year, we focused on metric 1, which was using existing infrastructure inventory, identify criteria to assess long-term needs consistent with the purpose and intent of the acquisition. Since that first metric, it will be used to inform the development of metrics 2 and 3. Next slide, please. So I have an update for you on our progress for metric 1. So again, using existing infrastructure inventory, identify criteria to assess long-term needs consistent with the purpose and intent of the acquisition. Our timeline for this was the last fiscal year, August 2025 through July of 2026. Our scope was 53 commission-owned properties. So this excluded hatcheries, shooting ranges, offices, and managed properties and focused specifically on our wildlife areas. So this was an important step to address and evaluate where we are so that we could make informed decisions about where we need to go with metrics 2 and 3. Where am I with my notes? So milestones. So first was that we inventoried and evaluated the existing infrastructure on our high, medium, and low priority properties. So we built this off of a building inventory that already existed within our support services division and expanded it to include anything that had a price tag associated with maintaining either the property or the infrastructure long term. We also estimated the cost associated with each of those items, which informed our strategic initiative as well. We updated our ranking criteria for our Lands Council process, which informs the annual funding recommendation. And for those who aren't familiar with Lands Council is an internal department process. Members of Lands Council are those who have wide-reaching management of various types of department properties and infrastructure. And so those folks submit projects for review by Lands Council. The entire team reviews those projects collectively, and then the rankings are used to inform the commission's budget process for the next 2 fiscal years. Let's see if I've missed anything here that I wanted to cover. That new criteria for Lands Council emphasizes alignment with property acquisition purpose and human health and safety standards. Other considerations are given to current operation and maintenance costs and whether the proposed project and modification will reduce long-term costs. So we had some great success with approaching our metric 1 for this next fiscal year, which brings us into metric 2. Next slide, please. Which is utilizing the metric 1 criteria, identify a strategic path for department infrastructure needs on the commission's wildlife areas. So our timeline for this one is a bit longer. It's 3 years. So August of this year through July of 2029. Again, our scope is unchanged. We're focusing on our wildlife areas. And our first step is going to be identifying ways to I'm sorry, not our first step, but our overall goal here is to identify what ways to strategically reduce fiscal liability associated with our operation and maintenance. We're going to start by reevaluating our property operation management plans that I mentioned earlier. We're going to evaluate all the existing infrastructure to determine if it plays a role in meeting or enhancing the purpose and intent of the property. If there's infrastructure that does not, we're going to compile a list of recommended demolitions to reduce operation and maintenance costs. Those are then going to be ranked within the Lands Council and prioritized accordingly. We're also going to be critically evaluating any new infrastructure that's proposed for these wildlife areas for all the reasons that I mentioned. So during this time, does it get cut off? No, it's at the end there. So during this time, we're also going to explore additional funding opportunities that might help support O&M needs across all commission wildlife areas so that they may continue to meet and maintain their long-term purpose and intent. So I will look forward to giving you updates as we move forward on this metric. Next slide, please. And with that, I can answer any questions.
Sounds good. Thank you, Callie. A lot going on.
There's a lot going on.
For sure. Any questions for Callie? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Director. Oh, I'm sorry. Luke, did you have anything else?
Chairman, no, I was just turning off.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Callie, you want to come back? Mr. Chairman, that brings us up to item 16, Chairman, Commissioner, and Director comments.
Okay, we appreciate that. We'll start with Commissioner Sue.
I have a few.
Good.
I have a few, thank you. First off, I wanted to mention and thank you to Chief Elms for this information. Our Operation Game Thief, when someone calls in and there are rewards attached to that. And so far this year, we've given out $20,000 in those awards for people that are reporting issues in the field. So thank you so much for that. I was proud to be part of the apple snail demise down the Salt River with Jeff Sorensen. I took 3 of my good friends. They are still speaking to me. It was 117 degrees and it was interesting at best, but we got a lot of frustration beat out on taking out those snail eggs. Congratulations to the department on the Copper State draw. Well done on that. Thank you so much to the constituents and all of our public out there who use the website with questions and comments to us, whether it's individually or as a group. I really appreciate all that because it's really important for us to know how they are thinking and how we can take that information and, as you've seen today, make it into sense for the commission to move forward and for the department to move forward. I had a wonderful meeting with the Rotary at Casa Grande, and I thought, well, there'll probably be 5 people there. Well, there was about 22, and they were so excited, and they had such amazing questions. And one of the guys there, he was better at explaining what we do than I was. And he's talking about the Wildlife Views magazine and how everybody had to sign up for that and how they need to get their kids outside. And I'm thinking, well, you just take over, buddy. I mean, he was doing a great job. So even though they're small groups, again, if anybody has any opportunities out there for us to come and speak to anybody, please let us know. I also spoke to the McDowell Sonoran Preserve, and we had about 75 people there. Fabulous questions, answered a lot of different things and concerns that they had, and they really were very interested as well. And then thanks to all the presenters today. It's amazing the amount of time that you all put in to that information, and especially when we get to call you ahead of time to answer the questions on the detail of what you've done. And then it makes me better informed on what is important for the public to understand what you all are doing and the impact to how we view our state and how we view our species out there. So thanks to the 645 employees that I know in one fashion or another, you had involvement in all that. And that's all I have.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Sue. Commissioner Kerr.
Wow, I don't have that much. All right, well, I'll start with a really fun event that was very successful this year, which was the Hummingbird Festival. And I got to meet with Marcia and see all the people down there enjoying that. People really do love their hummingbirds. People from all over the state, Flagstaff, the Valley, Tucson. So it was really exciting to see. That was a lot of fun. I got to catch up with some folks I hadn't seen in 30 years. It was great to see them.
Can I say one thing about
You
that?
bet. Go right
I want to
ahead.
thank Tony. Thank you to you and your team for putting together that one sheet that had the different hummingbirds on it. Because I've been up there several years in a row and people come up and say, what's that bird? What's that? I don't know. And so you had that. So it was my cheat sheet and people really enjoyed that. So thanks for putting that together. It was really well done.
Yep.
Wasn't that good?
It was great, and people really did enjoy it, and so it was very helpful. In addition to that, I got to go down and view the Sonoran Pronghorn down in Ajo, and my tour guide was near and dear to my heart because she's doing a internship down there, and she took us all around, and it really was neat to see what they do. And pronghorn were beautiful, and it's kind of nice to see Ajo going through a little bit of a renaissance. That community is kind of growing and being redeveloped. It was really good to see. And coming up, we've got 820. We're going to be celebrating, the 820 wildlife species that here in the state on the 20th. So looking forward to that. All right, that's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Kerr. Commissioner Manuel.
I'm really excited about being close to home for this meeting. But for more than one reason, the cool stuff does happen here in Region 2, I will say. And recognizing Roger and Ryan this morning, first off the bat with recognition, I've got to do wildlife projects with those two, so it was really neat to see them and be here for that today. I was not at the Hummingbird Fest, but I was teaching hunter education with two wildlife managers. One's brand new and one's been around a while, so that was really fun. And then the other wildlife managers that were here today that I've got to do things with. So it was really a neat room full of people for me today, and just why I'm here. So.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I do have a couple of comments. I want to start with the Mogollon Sporting Association banquet that was held a couple of weeks ago up in Payson. I really want to thank the department for the support of that effort. It means so much to these organizations for the department to be there. And I think you saw their appreciation. They have a slideshow recognizing all the department people that attend that. So thank you to the commission and for the leadership and all of those that attended the banquet. Hugely successful, sold out at over 400 people. We don't have any final numbers yet, but from just the live auction results, it sounds like it's going to be a pretty good deal. I want to talk a little bit about 820. Commissioner Kerr stole my thunder, but 820 Day is the concept is to go donate to an organization, Wildlife for Tomorrow, in observance of the 820 species. And we ask that the donations be made in 820. So like $8.20, $820 for Mr. Finley, like $8,200,000 would be like a good donation. We do keep track of this stuff. But you're going to hear a lot about it. I think there'll be some media, maybe some television coverage on August 20th, but a pretty special day for that. A couple of days later, this is going to be followed by the Arizona Outdoor Hall of Fame banquet. And if you haven't gotten your tickets for that, you ought to go sign up for it. It's going to be a fun event. It's been announced, but we're going to have our former commissioner, Bill Brake, is going to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. So we're looking for it. I know Bill's excited. I know Director Finley's excited to harass Bill a little bit on that evening. So should be fun. And then just one more comment. I know that a lot of you are probably thinking, what is the process to replace a commissioner that we have? A lot of this is in our statutes. If you go to 17201, it describes the role of the commission and how they get placed. This is solely the governor's decision of the process that we use here. Has not communicated any decision. There have been some communication for options for that, but we haven't heard anything final. But as soon as we do get a final direction and we know what the plan's going to be, we'll be sure to share that with the public. So with that, that's my final comment, Mr. Director.
Mr. Chairman, item 17, future agenda items and action items.
And Mr. Chairman, Mr. Director, I do not have any action items from today's meeting.
I think
Mr. Chairman, item 18 is the litigation report.
I have no report today.
Nice work. That concludes, Mr. Chairman, the agenda items that we have for today.
Thank you. So we would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second, all in favor of that motion?
Aye.
Aye. Adjourn.